mama ya nana nana junubia zenajima ya najima junubia jua kamara ya habibi junubia jua kamara kebni saniya niya kiyafa zenajima najima niya jabila zenajima wo najima kumuriya bukore fi shajara bugol biniya kumuriya binanne fi shajara bugol biniya dawla bitana dawla ina daggana ba le mama kulu batalena ina kulna salamat le maryam ya sallama lena ina kulna akifo kulu wigbolena ye junubiya nana ya nana baba bubakir fi shajara ajan rabbi yalo mama bubakir fi dunya ajan maisha بنيا بفكر في قلبه عشان محبة جنوب يا ماما يا نانا بنيا قيافة النجمة نجمة بنيا جميلة النجمة وو نجمة كمورية بكوري في الشجرة بقول بنيا جنوب بننن في الدنيا بقول بنيا جنوب يا جوا قمرة هي جننين جنوبيا جوا قمر كيف خلانيا جنوبيا بابا جنني كمان ثلاثة بنات أنا لقيتهم في السكة أنا شفتهم ماشي لمدرسة حبيبية سبع بنات أنا لقيتهم في السكة دي أنا شفتهم ماشيين كنيسة كل جيرانية بنية بسلي لربنا بنيا بمجد ربنا شوف بنيا مسؤولية الواحد في الدولة يا نجمة مسؤولية في الدنيا يا بنيا مسؤولية ثلاثة في الدولة دي يا بابا ماما جنوبي يا ماما عليزا يا ودي شباب جمجمة جنوبي يا سيستر يا مبلد مشوار جنوبي يا ماما يا مدوى أبني مدولية واحد دولة يا نجمة مدولية نين دنيا يا بنيا مدولية ثلاثة دولة يا بابا ماما
مرحب. اسبوع جديد ولنا لقاء ثاني جديد. مرحب بك مرحب بك ومرحب بمشاهدينا الاعزاء. مرحب بكم الاخوه والاخوات المشاهدات في حلقه جديد من مواضيع زوم تي في. احنا سعيدين بوجودكم ويا ريتكم انتم الموجودين هسه تشير and like and share to any group تبعرفهم. خلينا بقى خلي الفائدة تعوم زي ما العربي بيقول. خلينا نستمر، نبشر خير لأهلنا الجنوبين. لما نقول أهلنا كمان الناس ما يفهموه يعني الناس بتاع غرب غزال وبس، لا لا لا، أهلنا الجنوبين كله على مستوى الجنوب. أخوي الميكروفون معك.
Yes, brother Nderinda, Usbu Mubarak, good to see you. تحية خاصة للمشاهدين بتاع زوم تي في. بنرحب بكم في هذا الأمسية. This is our prime time. A lot of excitement was building up through the week, and we are happy to be here to have another healthy conversation, and yeah, a lot of energy, so it's gonna be fun. Yeah. Brother Nderida.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun because if لو انتوا ما جيتوا صدفة لقيتوا لايف شغال، لكن اصلا انتوا مراقبين الاعلان بتاع الحلقة بتاع الاسبوع ده. You will see that it is about education. طبعا لما نيجي الموضوع عن تعليم في جنوب السودان موضوعنا بيكون فضايحنا بالقلاقل وما ادراك كل الحاجات اللي كله صعب ده. يا اخوي عندنا شويه ناس انا لسه شايفهم من سكرين لكن انا ما شفته في الديفايسز اللي جنبي لسه. عندنا اخونا سيلفيو مايكل وكان ده، مرحب. عندنا اختنا كاين ديلي، عندنا the long lost brother كينج جاك. مش عارفين شنو حصل في ميدل ايست والراجل اختفى يعني. يا عم لو الدولارات بي كتير رسل لنا تانيين بتاع عليه الاقل يعني ارحم من الدولارات اللي يجينا من جوبا ولا حاجه كده. مرحب برادا ماندا، زي المولودة الجديدة. إن شاء الله هي ما اداكم ما وراكم الوش الثاني ليها. يب so ده اللي أنا شايفه الحدث في سكرين برادا كريكوجو.
I have Ali Claudia Ibrahim ومدام Anna Madi from my side. Those who are showing up here, so Facebook is playing us, but it is okay. Regardless of what is going on, we are still okay. We are better than Donald Trump, who will never have access to Facebook till 2023.
That is true. But yeah, we will get there. بس يعني يا ريت الموجودين ديل يا brother Claudius here. الموجودين ديل you share. It's all about sharing is caring. So you share as much as you can. That'll be great. That's not a problem with that. ما عندنا مشكلة. So just share.
Why not to hit us with something to warm us up before we come to the record?
I'll do this and I'll do a little bit of a talk about this one that I'm playing now.
Sure.
Loyola, I love my school, Loyola, yeah, Loyola, I love my school, Loyola, yeah, Loyola. Our best school, our beautiful school, our sweet school, yeah. Because from you, maybe there are students becoming teachers, or a doctors, or a nurse. Students becoming pilots, yes. And because of you, maybe there are students becoming arts, or engineer, or a governor. Students becoming presidents. Because of that, today I wanna say that I love my school, Loyola. I love my school, Loyola. Yeah, Loyola. I love my school, Loyola. Yeah, Loyola. education. Oh, in this store of knowledge, oh, rich with education. Because from you, maybe there are students becoming fathers, or a sisters, or a bishop. Students becoming cardinals, yeah.
Maybe there will come a fall. Maybe there will come a fall.
And because of you, maybe there are students become anything that benefits South Sudan and Africa and all the world. Loyola, Loyola, I love my school, I love my school, Loyola, yeah, Loyola, 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 I love my school, I love my school, Loyola, yeah, Loyola. Our visitors, today we are celebrating in our school, Loyola. The school that welcome anybody, whether you're ignorant, or whether you're lazy in your studies, or even if the education is difficult for you.
We will tell you welcome.
You're highly
welcome.
high.
We will tell you welcome.
You're highly welcome. Welcome to Loyola.
We will tell you welcome.
You're highly
welcome.
high.
We will tell you welcome.
You're highly welcome. Welcome.
to Loyola.
Cause we have Father Joseph, and we have Father Angelo, we have Father Petrus, and we have Brother Mondi.
They will tell you welcome. You're highly welcome. Welcome.
So we have Teacher Bona, and we have Teacher Rina, we have Teacher Simon, and we have Teacher Dominic.
They will tell you welcome. You're highly welcome. Welcome to Loyola.
Yeah. So that song was about Loyola. The reason I said I need to say a little bit before we move on to our decorum and everything is because that song is being played. These are the students. These are the students that mar then merakam the dufal bukun dufa sabe wala tamin. We were this. I believe لما Loyola رحلوا من من hosh gisis وده في جبل خير. I was part of this جبل خير لما وده في مقر الأصلي هسه فوق جبل خير. So I believe I'm either I'm at the end of the first batch or at the second batch of students in Loyola. So زي ما بيقولوا ناس the Illuminati ولا the Illuminati. So ده أنا نحن الناس Loyola ده. So دفعة ديل أنا متأكد دفعة كتير بورانا بعيد جدا. So I'm proud of that school. I'm not sure what is happening in there now, but لما أنا كنت هناك Father Norman Dixon Jesuit priest واحد طويل كده والله أطول من أطول دنكاك يقول لي هو أطول منه. وبعدين يعني لما تعين فوقه ما أبونا براو هو أكيد هو عسكري لأنه زول صعب. Father Bob Robert that was the one that did Gisis. Father Jim this was Gisis. Del Gusus لأنه del قصار كده وما شاء الله يعني ولا بيجروا لكن Father Norman ده المدير ده كان حاجة تانية براو. Anyway, these are Jesuit school. I'm proud of that school. That was the reason why I played the song, because our topic today is about education. So we will be talking about few things to do with education. But before we jump into it, I'll get the mic to you, my brother Grikuju, so you can do our decorum and then we can get into the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Greeting to those who just joined us, and we are happy to be with you again. And it is going to be a special night, as we said, but a gentle reminder that is from my perspective, since I have the microphone. Please, I encourage you, those who have access to this corona vaccine, get it. Yeah, it saved life and it worked. You know, it is a collective responsibility. We are citizens of the globe. Those who have access to it, please go and get it. There is a funny thing happening in South Sudan. There is an editorial that South Sudan gave, you know, unused vaccine to Kenya. And also we learn from a family member that they are entitled to get 3 shots. We need somebody to investigate that. I hope they are not giving some placebo to our people. يحقنهم بمويه في الأول وبعد كده يصبروهم vaccine with a corona. It is unheard of. There is 2 doses or single dose. So please, I encourage everybody who have access to it, especially those who are in Western Hemisphere, in America, Canada, Australia, Europe, get it. If you have a family member or a friend that caught corona, talk to them. They will tell you how serious is this disease. It is a killer. I used to have a second thought about it, but I have a very dear brother to me. Corona hit him with his kids. The kids, they did okay, but he was almost, Bigulu, he was almost ready for Dr. Korek. So, sister, brother, take the advantage of this coronavirus. Number 2, please, let us narrow our social gap. Make that phone call that brother, call that sister, call that friend, call that colleague, call that ex something, as long as it's not going to cause trouble with the new, you know, whatever. You know, like in Kanfiyal, you have the right, assassin. It will depend on your situation. So please let us get connected, because people are committing suicide. People are dying every day, you know, with overeating and also with over drinking. بحاجات تانيين اللي بشموه واللي بشربوه, it is impacting people. وفي ناس اللي بيمشوا زوت, you know, they just want to do it. Like this guy, where was that? In court. So they forced him so that to give some wrong testimony. He decided to ta'an nafsu basakina على أساس إنه بقلم على أساس إنه just you know, to off his life. And there is people who are taking overdose of medication just to, you know, that phone call will make somebody a day, will give them hope, will give them, you know, tomorrow still there is a brighter side on that side of light. Yes, of course, ex-baby mama and no, it will not be ex-baby mama or ex-baby daddy. It will be, you know, something. So anyway, yeah, that's one of those. So anyway, let us take it serious. And most of you here, your family, your friend, we are in touch on regular basis, but I am making an average of 10 to 15 random phone calls through Messenger daily, weekly. Some of them, they work, some of them, there is nobody there, and maybe they might be dead, and it is about time also, if there is no response, then you remove that person from your list, because you know why, they occupy too much space. ZööMTV decorum. Let us just have a healthy conversation, a civil conversation. And I believe there is a topic that will unify us, and there is topic that we can go deeper. And let us agree that this topic, the issue of education in South Sudan, I think it is a concern for all of us, however you look at it. حتى لو انت بقيت supporter with a Salva Kiir, die-hard supporter with this foreign party, still you will say the education system in South Sudan is not right. There is a lot of tweaking needed to be done, a lot of adjustment needed to be done. Let us think positively. Let us criticize the system constructively. That is why we are having this conversation. And it is working, as a matter of fact. And as per ZööMTV, we can make this claim على أساس إنه صوتنا وصل جنوب السودان بدل إنه سلاطين بتاع دينكا قعدوا وهددوا عدد بقر بالنسبة لزواج 30 بقر. Who started this conversation? We took it to the higher level. We look at it from different perspectives. Maybe somebody did listen and sat down على أساس إنه hey موضوع 300 بقر و 400 بقر ومش عارف ايه. Let us adjust it. And I think those are few things. Like, do you think in the middle of nowhere, just Salatin God or Sabah God, God let us sit down and, you know, kalam kumsumit bagar or kalam tultumia or musharif it is too much? No. Somebody pulled their ears. So, but you know, we don't have the evidence, but one way or the other, there is something going on. This conversation, don't take it lightly. If you are an educational, انت خريج بتاع كلية تربية درست مناهج or whatever, you understand the syllables better. We don't know what are your profession. Please come and share with us. Your contribution will be very, very crucial because we want to look at it from a scientific perspective. لأنه you go online ما في مرجعية على أساس إنه will give you guideline الsyllables بتاع South Sudan ذاته, how they build it, how they construct it. ما موجود للأسف الشديد. We are far, far away from it. So let us have a healthy conversation whereby we think what needed to be done based on our experience, but based on what we witnessed it in Western Hemisphere. All is not good, but our education needed to be vamp a little bit, need a boost. When you are going to be a participant, please wear something appropriate. This is not a place to show your six-pack or to show your silicone stuff or whatever plastic you pump your chest with it. This is not the place for it. Come, put something appropriate. We need what is in your tayuk, what is in, you know, fumukak. This is not the place to show your beauty. So we know your beauty, but this is a place to show you're smart. We need what is in your brain. Please come in, give us your perspective, wear something appropriate, make your camera stationary. This shaky camera, there is a lot of surprise might happen. Camera may will fall, you know, anything will show. So be extra careful with that, because we have seen people walking into the washroom, pissing, doing some other stuff, coming out from the bathroom without washing their hand. You know, this is a basic sanitary.
Grabbing an apple.
Yeah, and then grabbing apple from the kitchen table and they start eating. All these things are on camera on a live show. And please, if you are coming to our show, come on. It is disgraceful to come with the food. You know, تجينا بالسندوتش شلا كان أكل بتاعك ده جميل زي شنو. Wait, finish it, or you can warm it later. لكن تجينا بأكل. You know, مبوشو كشمك شكل الشين. حتى لو إذا أنت بقيت شيك زي شنو, you try to adjust yourself. To what extent? شكل زول قاعد يأكل, it is not a pleasant thing to look at. So please, when you are coming, don't come with food. Leave this food. لو إذا أكل بتاعك بقى سنة شديد, you cannot do those two with us. We have seen it somewhere. It is ugly. We disgrace it. We approve it completely. Come clean. You have your water. You are sipping it. You have your coffee. You have whatever. This is appropriate. لكن جاينا بأكل بأسيدة بتاعك ولا بسندويتش ولا شنو. This is not a place for it. حتى لو إذا بقى أكوب ذاته كليو بدخله في microwave, it will be warm by then. I'm just kidding. Also, when you are coming, please come sober. This is a serious talk. We take it here. كان أكلت حاجة شوية طلع في راسك, حسيت إنه لسانك قاعد يكون ثقيل. Give it up, brother. Give it up, sister. Kalila Mara Aljai, always there is a next time. Lano, you know, we talk too much. It looks like we are on a steroid, but the only thing steroid that we take it is the coffee. So 100%, you can see it is a black coffee. This is what we take. But Aya Hayatani, this is not the time for it. You can leave it after the show. Also, when you are coming, stability of the camera is very crucial because it's been proven that health-wise dangerous. When the camera is shaky, it messes up their brain. So please, we don't know who is who, and some people they don't know. Like something will trigger it. So therefore, let us just be extra careful. Those are the basic, and the funniest part. بالنسبة لأخواننا الرجال when you are coming please تأكدين فوق بنطلون في سروال تحت القميص ولا الجلابية اللي انت لابسه لأنه we don't need any surprises. So we look forward for healthy conversation, and we will give our perspective soon, and then definitely we have some guests already in the studio. We'll give our perspective quickly, and then we will share the link. Please, if you know somebody, مدرس اللي فاهم المناهج التربوية, take them somewhere, and it work. And one of our viewers take Pastor Emmanuel Wani, and Emmanuel Wani become now a regular contributor and always is in. So please do it. Wajazakallah kullu khair. Podium is yours, brother. And then you can pick it from here.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother Grikuju. Let me just say this bit. I'm proud to show that when I was playing that music from the current students of Loyola Secondary School in Wow, brother Ushala Bangwa here was my colleague in Loyola. So here we are.
Wow.
And وعندنا يعني شوية صيادلة ودكاترة في أمريكا هسه. I don't need to call their names, but they're quite sure they know themselves. So there's a lot of us out there who came out of as a result of Loyola Secondary School. Well, the topic tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon, or wherever you are, is really about education. And of course, we know education is significant. It is important. Without education, nothing else is there. Basically, anything you see as you want to term it as modern or whatever, as an advancement in human life or whatever, whether be it in medicine or technology or whatever you see here, without education, those stuff are not there. Without education, you cannot really be talking about a country or whatever in anything. So you would just be who min shajara li shajara, and then go gather together, go hunt some animals to eat, manage to get the fire. I don't know how you manage it, because saga darab haja ita gumta, you start to keep that fire going on and on and on forever.
If you get sick, you die.
Get sick, you just die. That's it, simple as that. Or if you get attacked by an animal, you're done. If the animal wounded you, if you don't get healed up for whatever reason, you're done. That's why education is important. The reason we've picked up, and the topic is such as South Sudan's education and COVID-19 impact. We're really sort of trying to confuse you. We are putting a million things in that just one sentence. One of the things we've put up there is that the fact that COVID came. The education system in South Sudan without COVID is a mayhem. And with COVID coming in, adding too much into it, so that's where we decided to put it together. Because if I have to just run quickly, come first forward before I go back, because of COVID-19, a whole lot of students spent 1 year at home. 1 year at home, no teacher, no paper, no alif, no A, No one, no nothing. And that foreign government decided to make that a little bit of that, I call it their propaganda, which they are trying to laugh at Junubin, they are Mudgadimin, Junub Mudgadim, Galo Fehisas fi SSBC, that TV. In each one of you who have ever watched a lesson on SSBC, come and tell me if you really think that's a proper lesson. It is just حاجات جنة الأطفال. We all remember جنة الأطفال في جنوب في السودان زمان. حاجات اللي بيعملوا لهم كده يعملوا لهم ناس ABC يغنوا لهم حاجات دل. That's what it is. But what about the rest of the primary school, secondary school, the university? I did hear about education online for Junub Sudan. Of course, when you say Junub Sudan, and in correlation to that, education online, you're immediately thinking about Juba, because that's about where everything is supposed to be. All right. Now, how many people in Junub Sudan were studying online? How many students or pupils? How many families can afford? Al-Wahm al-Kan Khatuf Ras Nagal, they have the NBN. Did anyone remember that? There was this biggest news on SSTV by then, not SSBC, that class NBN was solo. ده هنا في استراليا قاعدين نتلتل ورا NBN يا راجل. ده استراليا من العالم الأول. احنا بنتلتل أمريكا ده قاعد بيتلتل ورا NBN من العالم الأول. ها؟ جابان بحاله بالتقدم بتاع التكنولوجيا لسه قاعد يتلتلوا قاعدين يعانوا من موضوع NBN. جنوب السودان يقول لك إنه we have NBN now. We are all good. How many families have access to internet to the point whereby a student ممكن يقعد تحت في قدام لابتوب ويذاكر النهار كله the 8 hours a day? Yes, you might disagree with me saying, wait a minute, they had to close the school for 1 year because of the pandemic. Yes, I understand and I respect the idea of closing the school to prevent the transmission of the disease, the NAL. But at the same time, who do I blame? That whole 1 year, when you compare it to the dual al-Mujawara, right? The students, the same Dufa Adel, how many thousand they are behind 1 year. And that 1 year makes a million difference. إذا كان واحد من students are supposed to be scientists who will discover the new earth so humanity can move and live there, they are delayed by 1 year. Somebody else is going to be discovering it, not us. Well, that analogy, just to give you that a little bit of are we missing out? Yes, we're missing out. Madat laku wala deng wala wani wala uku wala anango wala foni wala nyandeng wala almuhim kan min junubin ti yal sugarda who was going to discover the thing. Now they missed out.
Do you want to name the new planet Earth 2 as well?
No, they definitely will come with different name for it. That's for sure. They would have come with different names. But that 1 year has impacted. That's important. That's the main thing to underline here. That 1 year where the students were home has played a negative role into our life as South Sudanese, into the development of a country called South Sudan. All right, it has played a biggest role negatively. You go and sit down and think about it. No matter what you do, that 1 year is a bad thing. We all know if you defer school for 1 year and you go back to school, what do? You find that Dufa Kulu Fato Gidam, they know they have more knowledge than you. And there is no way, no matter what you do, for you to catch up with them. They are a year ahead of you. They were always in the class.
The language generation.
Exactly. So that's Belbela Dikida, that 1 year can translate into a full generation. That's Ashara Sana of a missing school. And of course, already country kan mulajan. Yani mushinu kan talim kan alista. التعليم نظام التعليمي في الدولة منتهي أصلا. لما تيجي تضيف فوقه عامل خارجي انتهى الموضوع. So ده المصيبة هنا. Now let's move back as to what exactly is education بالنسبة لنا. يا جماعة, education really is something that we used to be happy. I don't recall in my life going to a school. مين أنا بنمشي في ابتدائية؟ أنا ما دخلت روضة. زماننا داك روضة ده كان حاجة تانية، ده كان شيء روضة قريب مجامع. أبوك بيفضل يوديك ابتدائية والله يوديك في روضة، لأنه روضة كان ده وكده أساسا بيشيل منهم قروش. That's how they looked at it. Uncle is here, he will tell us later. And we Zoom, when we do things, we try to mess it up. Yeah, ما مشيت روضة لكن مشيت ابتدائية. I don't recall في ابتدائية كان في حاجة ناقص عندي. I mean, not in terms of أبوي كان بيشتري لي ولا the family كان بيشتري لي قماش ولا اللبس ولا الجزمة ولا بدوني كراسات ولا حاجة. That's not what I'm talking about. مدرسة بمحتوياته. I don't recall it. It was missing. All this stuff were there. And it doesn't matter from which school you move to which school, always stuff are there. That is, كراسات في هناك، أقلام في هناك، مدرسين في موجودين، فطور في هناك، سندويش بتاع فول وطعمية ولا حاجة، وبيت في الطرف هوش في هناك، كرة في هناك, everything.
انتوا فاهمين كانوا بعملوا لنا ملاكمة
بالسندويش.
بالسمك ناشف في عزول بسموها سيدا بانكاج.
Yeah. Everything was there in the school. You never come home or you never decide not to go to school one day because انت بتستمتع بوجودك في مدرسة. كويس. Of course, as years pass by, which is something that we are coming to talk about. Now, طبعا محتويات مدارس هسه بقى بالتخصص. إما أنت مدرسة خاص، أما أنت مدرسة حكومة، لكن العيال الفوق هي الناس معينين في حكومة، بالتالي يشوفوا لكم المصاريف بتاع مدرسة دي تلقاه ماشي شوية. وإما كان بس قال بس مدرسة حكومة، لكن عيال الفوق مسبحلانين جايين من أطراف حلة، طار لهم بقى مدرسة دي يعني فرق بينهم ماشين يقعدوا أو بحالتهم الزملاء بتاعهم كان زمان في محلات تانيين زي ده مثلا، فرق ما في. كويس. This is دي will be حالتهم بقى يعني، ده حالة اللي هم هيكونوا فيها. على كل حال, to make it worse is what we have discovered now. My brother is here, and I'm 100% sure the 35 of you who are watching now, and those who will come to watch this live video, the horrible situation why we never moved ahead an inch. And we will never move ahead. That rests with the teachers. وزي ما قلنا هنجي نسمع شويه، بس انا لازم نقول ده قوام بسرعه عشان الناس يسمعوا. الاستاذ مش بقعد في بخت الروضه ولا في معهد مريدي للتربيه، بقعد فوق كم 4-5 سنة عشان يكون استاذ. تقريبا 4 سنة عشان يتخرج استاذ. انا دارنا اسالكم كل واحد فيكم من المشاهدين ده, is this teacher لما نيجي يطلع يقول لك انه استاذ الرياضيات, did he spend the 4 years only studying, being taught how to teach عيال رياضيات only, which is math or mathematics? Think about it. استاذ اللي بيجي بيقول لك استاذ لغه عربيه,
downgraded to arithmetic.
Yeah, to arithmetic. يجي بكالكولس وحاجات دي كله, when he start working هو يكون استاذ بتاع حسابات, استاذ حساب, استاذ لغه عربيه, قرا الشعر, قرا البلاغه وكله القواعد بالترتيبات وكله ما ادري النحو والصرف وما ادراك, يتخرج يجي يدرس لغه عربيه فقط. هل ده كان هو قاعد يدرسه for 4 years? Was that what he has been taught?
اللغة العربية مقسوم. إنجليزي مقسوم. Grammar and literature. Yeah.
So now you get the idea. That goes to the teacher who says, I can only teach geography, or I can only teach history, I can only teach science, I can only teach whatever, you name it. That's our downfall in education. أنا أستاذ history. My brother here is أستاذ اللغة الإنجليزية. لما نتخرج كلنا خرجنا خلاص, انا جاي في مدرسه جدول الحصص بتاعي انا مثلا عندي 3 لغه بتاع انجليزي في اسبوع، وهو عنده 2 لغه بتاع حساب بتاع جغرافيا، the one that هو متخصص فوقه. What happened to the other days? They never change. I don't help anyone. I don't help another teacher. I don't go and do anything else. It is only انا بس بجي يوم بتاعي انا بجي بعمل حصه 45 دقيقه and go and sit back in the office نفتح جريده الايام. في زول بيتذكر جريده الايام؟ ده كان جريده سودانيه زمان، لو في ناس كتار هنا ما عارفين ودي الايام. That's جريده. And I'll sit in the office نصحح homework، ما كله كمان نصحح نص ولا ربع نخلي باقي، عشان لما نكون زهجان من قراءة نصحح شويه ونكون مشكول نقعد ننادي طلبه اللي لقى homework غلط نجلده 10 جلده whatever نقدبوه بقى ايام الفاضي دي. We will come to as to why that was a downfall of our education system, because استاذ الواحد ده مضيع اسبوع كله لان عنده حصه واحد وقبل ياخد المحيه بتاعه كامل زي هو شغال 7 يوم في اسبوع. المفروض انه هو ده ممكن يدرس 3 4 5 6 حصص مختلف. يعني كان المدرسه كان بيكون فيها عدد قليل من المدرسين والمدارس كانت هتكون منعش، لكن المدرسه فوقه 50 استاذ you name it بعد كده. So these are the issues. عشان ما نمشي كتير فوق when we will elaborate more as to why it is a downfall, whether it's true or not. أنا بدي فرصة لأخوي جريكوجو, and then we can bring in our guest once he's finished, and he will tell us what was education like from his time until he comes up and he finishes education. What is his observation بعد كده في education اللي عندنا السيستم تاعنا في الجنوب لحد this moment. So brother Grikoju, I would say the mic is with you now so that we can kick this off.
Sure, but I rather bring our guest because I'm going to throw something at him and to allow him to bring his perspective because it is kind of getting late. Dr. Bambo, if you can reset your camera properly so that we can bring you to the studio, will be great so that he can drop his perspective and بعد كده we can elaborate ممكن نصوته باقي الحاجات لأنه to my understanding I believe he's listening to us. الإنجليز they pick the best of the best. الأول والثاني في كل فصل لما بيوصلوا سنة رابعة يعودون تدريب عشان إنه بقوا مدرسين. Okay. نمرة 3 و4 this is my understanding, maybe Dr. Bambo will come and correct this. نمرة 3 و4 و5 برسلوهم يمشي يبقى تمرجية. Okay, this is where the best of our uncles, okay, دفعة بتاع أبوهاتنا لأنه بقوا مدرسين ده كان ناس نمرة 1 ونمرة 2 ونمرة 3 في فصل غالبا. So they pick the best of the best على أساس إنه they can come and teach. Okay. وفي الزمن بتاعت إنجليز من سنة رابعة ابتدائي ما أعرف ودهم كورس 2 ولا whatever right away they become teacher. شوف السلم التعليمي وين منذكره لحد ما إنه زول يكمل ثانوي العالي وبعد كده يمشي مع التربية في بكتيريا for X amount of years. معقول يرجع من هناك. أوكي. قال مدرس بتاع اللغة العربية هو بيدرس قواعد اللغة العربية فقط. أوكي. المطالعة اللي هو القراءة العربية بياخد أستاذ ثاني. أو الأستاذ اللي إنه بيدرس النحو أو بيدرس النحو وأدبيات اللغة العربية اللي هو المحفوظات. يعني لما تمشي لعلم البيان ده كله حاجة تاني مختلف تماماً. فوق أستاذ متخصص على أساس إنه ده بتاع علم الفصاحة أو علم البيان هو بدرس بس what do you call it بيسموه شنو البلاغة. أوكي شوقيات ومش عارف إيه ده تخصص بتاعه. لا بيدرس قواعد النحو ولا أي حاجة. نفس حاجة لما تجي حتى في مدرسين بتاعت ماث. أوكي ده بدرس الجبرا statistics geometry calculus كله أستاذ عنده برانش من برانش بتاعت رياضيات. English, one teacher will teach English grammar and another one will teach literature. Okay? And so forth. You go to science, the مدرس بتاع فيزياء في مدرس بتاع فيزياء بدرس فيزياء ضوء. Okay? What is it? The two branches of the physics. كان في الضوء what is it? والحركة. واحد بدرس حركة بس within the physics itself. So we have a problem. Okay? And with this opening خلينا من التعليم العالي لكن عايزين نبدأ بتعليم الأساس. And we will contrast it with what is happening in Western Hemisphere. على أساس إنه المدرس الواحد بيمسك من سنة أولى لحد سنة رابعة. A single teacher will teach all those subjects. Okay? If it is the language itself, if it is math or arithmetic, social study, whatever religious, in those religious school واحد مدرس ياو مسؤول من الفصل بدرس المواد كله. Then معلو تعيق بتاعتنا ما رطلين وربو ناقص. How our teacher are not trained على أساس إنه instead إنه you have في كل مدرسة عندك 17 20 مدرس والمدرسة ده كله فيه 6 فصول بس سنة أولى ثانية ثالثة رابعة خمسة سادسة. Something is wrong. Let us look at it from a critique perspective, how we can make it better, how we can improve it, what is wrong, what needed to be adjusted. معانا ديف عمنا هو كبيرنا الدكتور أركانجلو بامبو. ما من الجيل القديم شديد بتاعت أجدادنا القدماء لكن شوية في النص هنا يعني. That is why we call him an uncle. افتكر إنه هو عاصر المدرسة بتاع جزء شوية من بتاع ناس كوكو الولد وجاء عاصر التعليم الحديث في عهد بتاع نميري لحد ما إنه مشى مصر. And also he can contrast it with what is happening in America. So Uncle Bambo, we are so pleased like within a week انت موجود في وسطنا على اساس انه to share your knowledge, to share your wisdom with us. So I love this guy. I admire him. Joe Biden قال spread the faith, spread the knowledge. So don't hold it, don't retain it, but share it. بدي فرصة لبرادر نديرندا على أساس إنه يرحب بك بروتان دوغو. I'm just kidding. To give you a warm welcome and we'll give you the podium to introduce yourself and then we can pick the conversation from there precisely. We want you to take us back about Nizam Talim indakum zaman kef. So Derinda, please welcome Dr. Bambo and give him the floor.
Thank you, Krikoju. Uncle Dr. Arcangelo Nela. I'm really pleased that this is the very first time that I'm seeing you on ZööMTV. Yes, this week you were on Let's Talk. Let's Talk is the sisterly network to ZööMTV. I'm really pleased to have you here, and that gets me to reset myself now. I'm going to sit down and then reset my brain because this is a serious talk. It's going to be the man in a barana fogo. So I'm glad that you're here, and I'm quite sure as people start listening to you, they will figure out the biggest difference of what was going on. And of course, we know at the end of the day, we are so quick in ZööMTV to put things down because we don't waste time with, especially when we call what we call this government in South Sudan, we call them the foreign government because we don't believe in what they are doing. They are not doing anything for the benefit and beneficial of the South Sudanese themselves. Anything they do is for themselves as the rulers, those who are ruling the country. And that's exactly what my brother here is saying. The leaders don't care. They don't care about education in the country because their children are not inside the country. Their children are outside the country getting their education because they have this false hope in their mind that their children will be the one coming to rule once they've gone. I believe if that is what they keep in their mind, they should ask Gaddafi and his children and his sons. They should ask that. They should ask
Mubarak.
Saddam Hussein and his sons. They should ask Mubarak and his sons. You know, they should
Ali
ask
Abdullah Saleh.
Al-Assad, Hafiz al-Assad and his sons. So there are things out there. They need to look at it. You know, we know that it's not going to happen in South Sudan, especially with us. Some of us who have gone and studied, including yourself, you've been long. You studied in the Arab country, Arab Republic of Egypt, and we followed you, and some followed. We've gone to different places, and we have all this. We have accumulated all these experiences. It is not going to be easy. What they are thinking, you know, what they are thinking is not going to be easy. So before I want to give you a chance to come and say, speak out your mind, but can I ask you to move your monitor, pull it down such that your picture is a little bit fully, rather than it is just at the bottom? Yeah, please. Yeah, and you have to unmute yourself there. Pull the monitor so that I can see your picture full. Now I'm only seeing your head.
Too much of the roof or too much of the ceiling.
So move it down to yourself so that it brings you full. And you're muted. You need to get one of our sisters to help you. Your daughters. Yep. Not you still mute. Yep. I'll give you the chance to get someone to help you to bring the monitor and unmute your laptop, I believe. While Kriguju, you can say something while we're waiting for Uncle to get his thing running.
Yeah, let me just elaborate a little bit more. Most of us in Western Hemisphere, no disrespect to our brother who are in Africa or precisely in South Sudan. في المدرسة الواحد بالذات فصول من سنة أولى لحد السنة الرابعة غالبا بيكون في مدرس واحد يا مسؤول من إنه الحصص اللي إنه بيدوه كان ده حساب، دي اللغة، دي تربية دينية، دي social study، دراسات اجتماعية وما شابه ذلك. بيكون مدرس واحد بس وشغال كشكول. والجيل القديم بتاعنا الدكتور بامبو بعرف انه كان في كتاب مشهور اسمه كشكول. يعني انا اتذكر تماما في سوره كديس قاعد يمدد نفسه واقول له قدامه. Okay, I do remember that image very well. كتاب كشكول فيه اي حاجه، فيه رسم، فيه شويه جغرافيا، فيه شويه حساب، فيه كل حاجه. So المدرس الواحد ده هو بدرس الطلبه ديل كله. مدرسة ممكن إنه يكون في 6 فصول like our Canadian system grade 1 2 3 4 5 6 إلا إنه يكون في 12 فصول. أحيانا بيكون في double. then على حسب عدد الفصول بيكون في مدرسين وبيكون في 4 substitute teachers. أوكي ال4 المدرسين الاحتياطي ده عشان انه اذا فوز عيان ولا واحد غاب ولا اي حاجه نقول مدرسه فيه 12 فصل بيكون فيه 16 مدرسين فقط. اوكي كل استاذ بيكون مسؤول يدرس المواد ده كله، لانه اي زول مشى مدرسه بكله امانه عشان انه يدربوك كاستاذ عشان تدرس جغرافيا بتاع وطن العربي. how hard is it على اساس انه انت تدرس جغرافيا بتاع الوطن العربي. اوكي يعني مناك البحر الابيض المتوسط شنو؟ هار جاف صيفا داف ممطر شتان. this is something اي زول مشى مدرسه قاعد في حصه الجغرافيا you will never forget it. اوكي تداريس بتاعت البحر الاحمر شنو؟ everybody will remember الحاجات دي. now عشان انه مدرس واحد يقدر يدرس المواد how hard is it? then now you put them to keep them busy, to keep them engaged. مش انه استاذ ياخد له ربع ساعه ولا نص ساعه يرص طلبه بالصف قال ده زمن جلد. ها لما يده يوجع يمدده to stretch it يمشي يلف ويرجع على اساس انه seriously what is this. حصص بتاعت حساب في المدرسه الابتدائيه قديما احنا بنتذكر تمام، ما بدرسوه بعد فطور، لازم انه يكون صباح يعني. بعد ما تمشي فطور تاني ما في حصه بتاعت حساب. what is wrong with that؟ اوكي ماشي، لكن الامر اللي فيه احنا عايزين نبص في نظام بتاعت المناهج بتاعت التعليم في جنوب السودان. في اغلب الدول المدرسين مرتباتهم بيكون اعلى المرتبات، يمكن بيكون سايد تو سايد زي مرتبات بتاعت nurses who work in a medical field، لانه they save life. اوكي بعد كده بتمشي للشرطه وبتمشي للجهات الثانيه، لكن احنا بندوا فتافيت للمدرسين بتاعتنا. ما هي بتاع مرتب بتاع مدرس كم؟ 1200 ساوث سودانيس باوند، ده كم؟ ده $2. اوكي I quoted, I wrote something, read something earlier. Somebody says, quotation, if you know that an official بيحتاج انه مصروفه السنوي مثلا شهري $1000 وانت شغلته ولا $500 وانت شغلته بتدي مرتب $100 في شهر، then what are you pushing him to be corrupt؟ لانه هيجيب بقى ال 400 ده من وين؟ This is a deficit. اوكي سو احنا محتاجين، المساله ما مساله بتاعت الكم، احنا محتاجين على اساس انه ندرب المدرسين تدريب صحيح، good quality teacher بأقل عدد so that they can look after our student, they can take good care of our student. مش انه مرحب يا
That's much better. Yep, that's it.
fantastic.
That's good now.
I will pick it up later. Dr. Bambo, we hope you have been listening to our introduction earlier.
You want to keep it on a speaker on your headphones?
كده كويس ولا؟
Yep, كده كويس. Yep.
Oh, there
Nice.
you go.
Fantastic. I believe you have been listening, following the conversation. So I will stop where I am right now. I will give you the podium. Al Assassin, to introduce yourself, greet the viewers, and take us back how the education system used to be, the primary four, because those of primary four, they teach them in such a way that it is completely different. And we heard about great student like a student from Rumbek Secondary School that wrote a composition without using the, okay? Wrote the whole composition in English, just eliminating. So he want to impress whoever gonna read without using the. Can you imagine? Okay, those are in 60s, 70s. But قول لعيالنا بتاع جنوب السودان دلوقتي على اساس انه زول يكتب لك جمله مفيد. You will struggle. So there is a lot to unpack, but we want you to take us back because you learn. You were in school during time of Kuku Al-Walad. You witness it. You عاصرت الزمن بتاع نميري. The education system improved a little bit. And then with the modernization, you went all the way to Egypt. You went back, you served your country, with dignity. You came to America. You decide to go back. Things are not well. Mudayakat or taharushat or, nobody appreciate your service. So you decide to come back and just be a good father and to look after your kids and continue to educate them and to encourage them. So we will give you the podium because it is late. We appreciate it. And bring us your perspective. And if we have question for clarification, we will intervene from time to time. So unless Daniel want to,
No, that's fine.
say something quickly.
Yeah, I just want them to leave the camera as it is. That's good. That's good, Uncle. Just leave it as it is. It is good. It's good like that. Yeah, just
Now
leave it like that.
we are adjusting it still.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's fine like this.
Yeah. I don't know why.
But if it's not, it's going
If
down.
if you can keep it still like that, that's great.
That is
good.
fabulous.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good.
Okay, I can close the door soon.
Okay, come through.
Okay, thank you. This will be my first time with Zoom TV. Okay, this is my first time with the Zoom TV, and not only because I didn't come to Zoom TV as a guest, but I always follow up with all your programs. I'm very happy for what your programs all the time when I listen to it. I want to thank you, Kirkuju and Linda, for the great job that you are doing, and you are reflecting the image for people in Western Barikazal to the world, not only to the Sudan or in Africa, to the whole world. And this is the message that you young people, you have come out not only to study, not only to give to educate your children, but to educate the world. And without you, people could have not known anything about our people, and it will be suppressed. Now in this new world, if you don't talk, if you keep quiet, then your problem is finished. Nobody is going to talk on your behalf. It is you, the children of the area. We have seen it in Sudan or in South Sudan now. You, the people of the area, that will talk about your people, about your own problem, and you will solve it. If you don't talk about it, then you are done, because people are now grabbing power, and we are still lagging behind. So this is an introduction, and I would like to greet all your viewers, the people who are watching this fabulous night all over the world, to hear a little bit about the topic tonight, which is about education. I'm sorry if there are people down there who want me to mix it with Arabic or English, and then let it be. Otherwise,
feel free to do the salata, because we have people from South Sudan who are gonna come and listen also.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to split, because of the fact that the Arabic you people speak now, as you have already said before, we studied our Arabic with Kuku or Welet. There was no Arabic in our class except the Arabic as a language. And that was only one class, one lesson. And the Arabic teacher will come, Arabic, Ustaz Arabic, Ustaz Arabic, is what you're talking about. When he comes, then he will say Kuku and Welet. And then one teacher, he started singing, Ala Kuku, something like this, so that we can rehearse it and then not to forget it.
Yeah.
Alwele do Kuku Sarisi, and this is a great guy who was doing this class. Very, very interesting. I don't know what is the meaning Sarisi. What is it? He was saying this. So that we can remember. And his name is Ustaz David Kudus, and it was a short of Kudumere. That was in Busere. So I studied my primary school. I studied my education in Wow B, the school which is just next to the church.
Yep.
And the schools during our time was by the missionaries, not Hakuma, by missionaries. And the missionaries may be, I think, under the protection of the British, which were the governors by then. So the teachers are all from our indigenous people. These are young people who, according to what you have said, went to class 6, class 7, and they would do bright people were second, you cannot go ahead. You can be a approved teacher. Oh, no, you cannot go ahead. You can be in the seminaria. Or you cannot be, you can go to the hospital. So you can see. How many medical assistants do we have? You can count them.
A lot.
And they were spreading all over Barikazal, not only Western Barikazal, but all over Barikazal. And you can see how many teachers were there. And they are spread all over Barikazal, not only Western Barikazal. And you can see the whole Tamarjia there. You can see how many of them. So all this come from Western Barikazal, is particular. Because that was the center of education, were in 3 places in Barikazal. In Damziber, in Mboro, and in Busere. Shortly, maybe, at the end, they made Mbili to be. So these were the centers of education. Nobody can doubt that. And everybody that came to get education from Western Barikazal might have come from these 3 places. But for me, my father was a police surgeon. And we live in the area now that people are, when we pass by there, people say, Itamate Kushina. This is where I was born. We call it number 1. Now people call it Slag. We was number 1. The area there is number 1. So
Slag police.
Yeah, it's like police. Yeah. So we young people of the police surgeons and police were the first stop to be taken to the school. And I remember there is a motorbike policeman by name Bibiano. He is from Raja. He was a Bulkamin, and he has a motor that had a side on it that make people to sit. So all the young people were put on this, and he drives us to school. And we have transport by then. So he drives us to the school. And by then it was 1954. I am now 4 years. And where do I go? I go to, Ndirinda said there was no road. We have something called class note.
Yep.
Class note. So nothing there. In class note, you are taught from 4 years. Class note, you are given ABC, you are given something to waste time. And that was one of the things that they want to deter, to take you from home, to bring you only to the school, because they want to use
the environment, school environment.
Yeah, in school environment. And my teacher, the first teacher I had in life who taught me was somebody called Paulino Une. Paulino Une could say ABC to all of us, and then when we sing everything at the end, he will come and sing to us. He will say, what was it? Pakwayo, pakwayo, kwamuzaro, pakwayo, kwamuzaro, kwamuzaro, pakwayo, zaramuzaro, pakwayo, kwamuzaro. And we all of us do that. And he becomes very happy. And he goes home. And that was the end of the day. So
that was in 1954-55.
55.
Wow.
My father was in the police. Yeah. So, the war broke out. My father was taken to jail. Why? Because he was a surgeon, and he was uneducated. I'm sure. These days he was uneducated, and he was having an adjutant, and his adjutant was who? Was Uncle Alex Bakumba. He was a man who writes. Yeah. So maybe this uncle made something writing, and they brought it to him, and he signed, because he doesn't know anything. He signed this thing, and the people took the arms, they left. So when the case came out, they found him to be guilty. Uncle Bakumba, of course, went to the bush. They were charged, and he was condemned to death. But at the end, his sentence was committed to 3 or 4 years imprisonment. He went to maximum prison, Rumbek, 66, 67, 68. 55, 56, 55, 56, 57, 58, in Rumbek, prison, maximum. We were young, but we were at home. So the school was disrupted. Now, from Ishlak or police, we moved to Mukhtar. And this is something I don't want to talk about my life history. But education. From there, we went to join Madrasa Muqta, which is now called Madrasa Jin, Madrasa Janain.
Madrasa Janain, yeah.
And it was now the Madrasa Janain was also under the missionaries until 58. Then it was converted after independence to be for the government.
Doctor, the uncle, I'm not quite an uncle, Doctor. They're all the same. Just before you start with, because this becomes when I'm listening to your story. There's that first part. I can consider that first part that you've described, you've told us about, and then this becomes the next part, next phase in your education. With the first part, do you recall in Southern Sudan by then, were there any other centers of education, say in Juba, in Walakal, other places that you can recall?
Yes, yeah. The other center in Barkazal was in Kwajok. And there is a center for education again that was in Maridi. There was another center. It's because our students, when they finished 4th year in WOW, sometimes they were taken to Maridi Institute. So, and then in Juba, I didn't know, but I was hearing of Loka, some other places there. But I knew Maridi very well. And then Pajok was the very, very important because many students from Tonj and other places, Gogrial and all this, they were all going to Pajok. We have few people from Gogrial and from Awil in Busser. Very few.
And Yambio.
Yambio, I don't recall, but the people in Yambio, all of them got education in WOW. Tell me the name of the people who had education, including Joseph Tombora. He had education all in WOW, including who? All of them, Dominic Cassiano, all in WOW. So WOW was the center for the people in Yambio. Yambio actually was annexed to WOW. It is during this division of Numeri that they had to choose Yambio to go to Equatoria. Can you believe that?
That's a very, very interesting point.
Interesting
That's
point.
very interesting. Because the reason I said this, because when you narrated the first phase of your education, I'm quite sure some of the viewers will go like, okay, so does that mean in the whole of Southern Sudan by then, there was no education anywhere but in Bahr el Ghazal? And we zoom at everything. So we don't want to let anyone going around and say, oh, this is what they are claiming. So that's why. Thank you for telling us and giving us that interesting history about the annexation of Yambio to Bahr el Ghazal.
Yeah,
so,
there are a lot of. I am talking now particularly about Bahr el Ghazal because where I grew up there. But in Malakal, we are hearing of Attar. We are hearing of other places in Malakal which were fluent by then, especially when I was in the high school. We can hear of Attar. That was the place where could compete with Hantu.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. You cannot doubt that.
Thank you.
People in
Malakal.
Malakal.
Madrasa Janain now. You can get us through that. Yeah.
Yeah. In Madrasa Janain, so I was Madrasa Janain. Madrasa Janain considered to be a bush school. I don't know whether you know bush school is only first grade and second grade. There is no 3rd grade, no 4th grade. And these bush schools are found around the areas. Let us say you get it in Ngolingbo, you get it in Brinji, you get it in Taban, you get it in Udishi. Not, I think there is no Udishi, but you get it in Kangi, you get it, and the instructor by then was Mariano Achor. Somebody called Mariano Achor?
Yeah. I know his son.
Yeah. If you know his son, Allah Rahamu, this was a man. He had a motorcycle and he can go from school to school all over these counties or these districts. He can go around and then give the examination to all these schools and then make inspection of all these schools. This was the man ISU. And then maybe another guy, Gabriel Tukia. He's a dog also. He was also an instructor. So
in late 50s, early 60s, those guys are equipped with motorcycle.
Yeah, I think the one of Mariano, I think he bought it himself. I don't know.
Okay.
Whether he bought or this education, they gave it to him, but he was very...
So that to make
He
their
was-
travel easy.
Yeah,
I, I think they were equipped because
He
that
was-
was, yeah, he was equipped. Yeah.
He was a gentleman, neat, could dress properly, put his head on, and then on his motor. And he comes to the school, oh, Mariano. So this is somebody that I saw. That was in in Bush School in Muktah.
Yeah.
So in 1958, 59, I finished this 2 Bush School there. And then 60, I was to go to Busere now. Busere Elementary A. Busere Elementary A, there are 2 classes there also. 3rd year and 4th year. This is Busere A. And Busere B, on the other side, has all the 4 classes, A, B, until 4th. But here on the other side, it is only 2. So the Bush schools from other places, they collect all the students or all the pupils, they come to Busere A, and there are 2 classes. So when you finish from there now, you go to intermediate, which is government is intermediate school. This is so in 1960 I was there, 61 I was there, and 62 I went to intermediate school. In elementary school in Busere, we have 2 teachers or 3 that I know, like, because what you are saying that there was many teachers. There were no many teachers by then. One teacher can teach other classes. I had one teacher who teach us mathematics or arithmetic, and he's called Gabriel Jada. Gabriel Jada is known, his son, I think he's here around here in Minneapolis. He made it from us there. He's from Equatorial. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Very clear.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
So Gabriel Jada is a Bari, and he was in Busere there. He married a Belanda lady also. So one of his son is here now. When I met him in Minneapolis, he said, "Oh, my father is Gabriel Jada." I said, "Oh, that was my teacher." He said, "Yeah, that was the time when my mother was married there in Busere." So, and then the other one is this David Kudumere. And the headmaster was an Arab man, and then the Arabic teacher was an Arab man. Very funny things happen in the school.
So
there.
you mean David Kudus, his son, I think, is somewhere here in Canada. He's a Banda guy.
Yeah, it's a banda. When I became a doctor, I went up to his place in Raja. I greeted him and I said, "Do you know me?" He said, "No." I said, "You taught me." And he said, "No, he was blind. That was a bad thing." And I heard lastly that he died.
Yeah, he died a few years ago. His son is here in Brooks. Yeah, David Kudus. Yeah.
So in that time, Ms. Gabriel Jada teaches us arithmetic. He could come to the class and he will start multiplication by 1, by 2, by 3 until the 12. So he will come in and say 3 multiplied by 4. You get up and say it immediately. If you don't say it, you stand up. By 5, by 6. And when we say by 6, you say immediately 3 by 5, 15. By 6, 18. So you have to say it. Up to now, when I'm talking to my children, they say, "Dad, but how do you know that?" I say, "We have computer here." So that was the life. And Kudumere was teaching us English, and the Arabic teacher was teaching us in Arabic, and that was it. And the Arabic teacher was we had very bad things that happened. The class that we were in, some people don't know Arabic. We are coming from WOW, but the other people who come from Bush School, they don't know Arabic. You see how the mistreatment this guy was doing to us. He comes to tell us, "Dam." And everybody say, "What is dam?" Dam. Dam. No, nobody know dam. No, Marfin dam. And he comes next week, dam. Marfin dam. So, but we know dam. What is this dam? We know. He say, dam. I ring. Akta. Moose. Dam. Imagine. So
seriously,
a brutal way. That was it. How he taught us. You have to show them to these people. So from there, everybody was knowing this is them. The other good thing, the other bad thing also, the name. Like somebody said it, and I heard this man was talking about it. He will come and say, the guy will get up and say, Ustaz, Ustaz, Ustaz. And then he comes up and say, what's your name? The guy will say, my name is Dokongwi. Ah, no, this name is very difficult. So your name tomorrow is Usman. This man will come up and say, oh, Ukele. No, please, your name will be Ahmad. And next time you will come to the class, Usman, you get up. Ukele, you get up. Oh, so we were changing names. These are things that happened to us during our time because of the Arab. And this is what they say, Arab domination and Islamization. When people talk about it, that was how it was happening to us in 60s. So we finished elementary school, and then I went to intermediate. Now in an intermediate it was a little bit better. In intermediate, we have good teachers now. Most of our teachers, some of them were from Equatoria. I could remember Ustaz Christopher Gangua, Julius. I could remember Ustaz Mark Atem. I could remember Ustaz Boltong, Benjamin Boltong. These are all the teachers that taught us there in Busiri. They were fabulous. Benjamin from Bor, and the two schools were Busiri North and Busiri South. I think by then some of your uncles, Nirinda, were in Busiri South. I think whether it was Paul Amin or somebody, or who is that? And on the other side, no, this is not your people. This is the one of
Isaac.
Isaac. Isaac. Yeah. And many of the people were by then in those schools. And I tell you, most of these places were filled by the Fertit people. I don't know what happened. What happened is the Anyanya 1. In Anyanya 1, most of our students went to join Anyanya 1. And some were killed, and they never came back. And that is the beginning of destruction of our education for our people in Western Balkans. You can see many people, if I know them by name, I cannot remember because they are all dead. So in Busiri, we completed Busiri, and in Busiri, of course, education was going smoothly, but the curriculum had to change. The subsidy government came in. Education was to be changed from Friday. Holidays was to go. I mean, people had to go to work on Sundays, and that was something that causes a bit of a strike with the students. We had to go to strike because they say you have to go study to go to school on Sundays. And this is the time that problem started in Busiri. Education was good, yeah. There was English, Arabic as a language, science, and everything. I went up to the third year in Busiri. In 64, that was the time when school had to close. Why? Because of the movement of Anyanya 1.
Yeah.
A teacher was killed in Kwajana by the rebels. So the people in the north say, since you are also messing up with the teachers, we'll have to close down the schools in the South Sudan. So all the schools were closed. And now you were talking about COVID-19 was one.
So that teacher was a Jalaba teacher, of course.
Yes. So you are talking of the deterrent of COVID-19 to be the cause of loss of education for 1 year. A school was closed down on us for 3 years. Imagine. 64, 65, 66, until late 66. And what happened? Some of us got married. Some of us became mechanics. Myself, I am a trained carpenter. I work as a carpenter in the Gabat. Many people, like Uncle Dad who died, I think recently, this crash man, he works in Gabat. He knows me very well because I work with them in the same carpentry department. I can do chairs, I can do tables, I can do everything as a carpenter. Yeah. So in 1964, in 1967, when the schools were going to be open, some people say, why are you going to school? You are the trained carpenter, you work in the carpentry. But my mother told me, did you fail in the school? I said, no. She said, you go back. This is the encouragement of mother.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but what can we do? Our brain was full of alcohol. And then, because you can either die at night or by the gun of somebody, or something can happen to you. So we got addicted. You can drink alcohol, you can drink suku, you can drink everything.
You intoxicate yourself.
Yeah. So we went back to school, 67. We were with those of late Charles Julu and other people. So Charles Julu, he was very, very clever guy. And he said, I am going immediately to the fourth year to see the examination. I told him, my friend, I am not working. I was working as a carpenter. You were working in the office. I was in the same class with him. So he said he would go straight to see the examination. He went just 3 months. He sat for the examination. He went to Rumbek. We are lag behind. So we went to third year. And then the other year, we sat for the examination in 68. Then we were accepted to Rumbek. Imagine 3 years out of school. So when I'm seeing people now, I'm telling them it is really very difficult. The school needs you to be continuous. So we went to Rumbek. Rumbek, thanks God, Rumbek was opened by our uncle Franco Will. Franco Will opened the schools in the north. Why? Because the budget and everything of the school for the South Sudan was coming to the north. But the schools were closed. So Franco said, why are you closing you have closed the schools in the south, but the budget for the school is here. Why don't we open these schools in the north? And people say, yes, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
I don't want to interfere, but Franco Will used to be a very popular name. I do remember some song. Ako Jain Minwen, Ako Franco Will. So like the student, they used to sing to praise him.
Yes, this is the brother of late Joseph Garak. See, so Franco Will had that idea. This is what I'm saying. If you don't talk for your people, nobody will talk for you. This is why I'm encouraging you people. You are talking on our behalf. This is where he talked. He said the schools must be open. So schools were open in the north, and that was why we came from Wow to join Rumbek Secondary School in Khartoum, in Omdurman. So we spent 3 years in Omdurman, and we sat for the examination, and we did the first year. I mean, in Rumbek. The second year, Nimeri took power, and then he said, no, we have to change the curriculum. He changed the curriculum, and then we returned us back. We were going to the third year, we returned back to first year because we had to change that the high school will be 3 years only. So we did.
My God.
We came back again. So imagine now.
Where is the late Charles Julu by then? Because he skipped you, right?
He skipped me. Now he's in the university.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 3 years lost, and then another 1 year lost. Now I'm 18 or going to 19 years. Now when we finish high school, to our disadvantage, we were the first people, the whole of Sudan, that our examination was leaked. That was the first people that the examinations were leaked. So we sat for the examination, and we're 100% sure that we were going to the university. But it was leaked with those of Riek Machar. This is my colleague in the class. So, yes, he was doing additional mathematics, and I was doing elementary mathematics. So now they say the examination must be repeated again. Imagine, after 3 months, they repeated the examination to us, and the grade was not good like the first one, because the first one was good. Yeah.
Mhm.
So my boxing was low, and
Sorry, what year was that, Uncle Bambo? Just for the record.
72. I said this is the first
Okay,
leakage.
72. Yeah. Okay,
72.
thank you.
Yeah. So that was the first leak of the examination on the whole of Sudan, and then it started leaking now up to now.
Never stopped.
So we had to stop, and then we went to study. I mean, to do the examination again, and then we said, and I got a very low grade, or not? It's not low grade. It was good, but I was boxing to go to the University of Khartoum, so I was low. Many of my colleagues were even who were to go became low, and that was the end. So what now is there another way to doing things? There was no way. I had to go back to WOW, and I was thinking of many things. I want to go to join seminarian. I want to do many things. I thought of many things because I don't know what to do. At the end, there was enrollment for teachers to teach in the primary school. So somebody said, "Why don't you do that?" And I said, "Okay." So I enrolled as a teacher. And the teacher the supervisor who was there, someone to send me to Tunj. I say, "My friend, I didn't cross this river. I will not go there. Yeah? I will not go there. Either keep me here, or
you are not crossing it.
you must talk about yourself." I say, "I will not cross this river. I'm not going there." So I was in WOW, and I came to Madrasa Janai. So I was teaching Madrasa Janai. I thought some of my students are here. They are now holding PhD. I didn't get a PhD. They are holders of PhD. I know them. They know me. So I taught there for 4 to 5 months. Then they say you have to go to Bakhtaruda to consolidate everything there so that you become primary school teachers. Yes, I went to Bakhtaruda, and we were in Bakhtaruda for about 3 or 4 months. Just to know how to prepare حصة ومش عارفين ايه ويشوف التحضير وكده والطلبة يعمل كيف التنظيم في فصل. This is we did it. So I came back to WOW. But prior coming to WOW in Khartoum, I got a message that there are students who pass and who have a very good grade can be taken to go to Egypt for studies. So, but this time, things were very good. The Egyptian government say, "I'm offering 300 scholarship, and I'm going to give it to the 3 regions equally: WOW, Juba, and Malakal." No things that these days that people are giving preference to other people. No, the same issue, the same ratio. So I got this message in Khartoum, and I said, "Can I apply here?" This man told me, "No, you go and apply in your own region." So I was lucky. I got my school certificate from there, from Khartoum, and I went to WOW. The Egyptian man went to WOW and went to the WOW hospital, and I went and attended the interview there that we are taken to go to Egypt for studies, and you are going to study medicine. They say, the Egyptian government say, "We don't have money to give you. We don't have anything to give to the Sudan government." I mean, to the Sudan government by then, yes, because especially to the south after the Addis Ababa agreement, because I told you we finished in 72. That was exactly coinciding with the agreement. So that was the privilege that we had from the agreement, that you have to go to Egypt. So we took that chance, and then we went to Egypt. So
you are the first generation.
First. After those of Barnaba Marial who were there ahead, we are the first. We were the second. But in group, we were the first. So we went to Egypt, and Egypt was something different for us. Arriving in Egypt, and when we were joining the first year medical school, our age, looking to the girls here who are 18, and we are 22. Imagine. And they were looking at us. ديل جايين لاكتساس في دراسات خاصة ولا دراسات عليا. We are coming to join with you, because they didn't know that you are at this age coming to, while they were 18 years old, 18 years finishing high school and going to school of medicine. These are things, my friend, I don't talk about it, but this is really painful. So we joined the studies in Egypt. And as you know, medicine. We had to go through difficulties. The scholarship was not enough. Things were not good for us. We struggled in Egypt, in foreign land. But at the end, in 1779, we graduated. We are about 18 from the 3 universities. I think I am from NCMS, and then three or 6 again from Jam al-Um, who are Kasralaini, and then maybe some from Alexandria. And this is the people that I could know, those of Michael, myself. Many people died now, those of Agrab, those of Muhammad Boy, those of whom Kure. Many of them, I know them all, but some of them died now. And I had to give a presentation on Sudan TV about the graduates. It is now recorded with that by then on Rukun Junub, Balkan Bugulu, Rukun Junub. And many people applaud when they were hearing in Juba. By then, that Juba was starting with the Kokoro problem, 83, 81, 82. So this is how education was in South Sudan. But I tell you, there are many things that we can talk about education in South Sudan. As Nderinda has put it, education is the key. And without education, we will not come up. So we have to educate our people, either those who are with us here in the diaspora, or we have to help. And this is what we talked before in the meeting today, to help our people who are, because I lag behind 3 years or 4. Now, imagine these guys now, they are lacking 4 or 5 years during this war without education. Imagine if this gap, who is going to fill it? When we came to WOW in 1981, as doctors, I, Dr. Michael, late Dr. James, and Dr. Ambrose, Dr. David Yata, we were all in WOW by then, all in WOW. And Dr. What do you call it? Remember his name. It was a great help to the people of WOW. It was a great help to the people of all of America.
Dr. Costa and Alma, who was with you in Egypt, or none of them were in Egypt?
None of them. I never met them. They were ahead of us, and even they were practicing before while I was still in the
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a little bit. If you have questions that I will answer,
let me take you back.
I will be very happy to answer some of your questions or your audience. If I have made a mistake in anything that you want me to correct, let me know and I will correct that, of course, because I have talked a lot. It is a long speech. I might have made some jump on other issues, but this is what is happening. And I say education now, when I went to South Sudan, I saw education is not like we have. As I went with the Minister of Education up to Ngodakala, we went up to Busere, we went up to Kangi, we went to Warajana, we went to, there's a nice, fabulous school built in Yabulu, and we went up to Boro. All these schools, we saw them, they are destroyed. Some of them are occupied by the army, some of them are this, and people are not giving any damn to them. And we have to, because we are the people of the area, we have to think what modalities are we going to do to revive this education system in our area. Nobody is going to tell you that they are going to do that for us. We have to think from here so that we can reconstruct these buildings, and then we think of how we can help the teachers there to grow so that they can go ahead. Because it seems that the government is redundant. The government doesn't want to look at this particular place. The government is interested to divide people so that they fight among themselves, they kill among themselves, and then they triumph to stay in power. We don't want this thing. This is not a government. This is just a government that people are waiting to see other people kill themselves, and then they enjoy. How can I be a president of a state whereby every morning I hear 20 people killed, 3 people killed, a doctor killed, priest killed, pastor killed, a bishop shot. If I am the president, I will simply say, I will get down and let somebody come in. That is it. That is it. Because you cannot remain as a president seeing all this anarchy. And I was hearing from one of my friends who called me just at 6 o'clock this afternoon, and he said somebody called him from Juba and say, how are you? I say, we are good. It is a Saturday today, and we are enjoying. And he say, how? He said, but you know what? In Juba, there are classes. The people of first class, the first classes are enjoying as usual. They don't care about what is happening. Imagine. Now, this is a Southerner saying this thing. What about the Jalaba? What were they saying to us? What were they saying to us? And you people were taking, oh, we are going to fight the Jalaba. Jalaba was 100% better than these people who are now stooges. I tell you, Jalaba, you can get your salary. Jalaba, you can get your child go to school. Jalaba, you can get your treatment and you can get everything. But with this thing now, can you get treatment? Can you get to school? Can you get anything? And people talk of parliament. You go to parliament. Parliament during my time, you go for election and you select people, you elect people to come to parliament, not to choose. How can you choose people to come to your parliament? You choose people and you think that these people will dishonor you? They will be your stooges and they will say yes to you. So this is what this parliament is going to be. We hope that the government will end. Jesus Christ will come and this government will end. This is me, Dr. Bambo, and take my word. Thank you.
Wow. Nderinda, you can come in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Bambo. Uncle. That was a really powerful message at the end that you've put in there. And I don't believe I have anything to surpass it because you being a quiet person, and I'm making this to our viewers, you being a quiet person, people don't hear a lot from you, but you coming out so powerful like that tells people that really, things are not okay in the country. Someone at your age now sitting there looking and assessing the situation, and this is the conclusion they come up with. That is it's just powerful by itself. I wanted to ask you a bit back there when you were talking about the phase you were in Egypt, when you went to Egypt, or when you guys had a process to go to Egypt. And really, I have to say this. I'm glad I followed your footsteps because I went to the same university that you went to, and Shams. So that's just no wonder that the university looked familiar for whatever reason. So what I wanted to say is this. When Egyptians start taking South, not really South, but there's Sudanese students, because we were one country, but in particular, the Sudan government allocated some, a number of students to be taken from the southern region. There was this conspiracy theory that said South Sudanese students were, in particular, they were taken to Egypt in an effort to fulfill the policy of they were to be Arabized, simply because when they go and study in Arabic and they come back, now they know the language, it will be easier to turn them into Islam or Islamize them. And I'm saying this because I remember during our time when our batch went to Egypt, we had this idea in our head that we know their theory. They are bringing us to Egypt to Arabize us so that when we go back, it is easier to Islamize us. But guess what? We put our foot down. We will learn your language, but we will go back. We will still be who we are. And instead, you will be surprised that we will not be Islamized. So was there anything, how factual was that idea? Did you, in your time, did you hear anything, say, Fihilla, Kevinu, this is the reason why Junubin are being taken?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nderinda. I'm sure there is a contradiction in that statement. What I know is that the Egyptians has a very far vision to South Sudan case. The Egyptians are even better compared to our counterpart in the north about the situation in the south. The Egyptians were clear. They know that after a long run, South will succeed. That was the Egyptian. So when we went to Egypt, we were considered and were treated like people from a different country. Our names was written on the board, like my name, Archangel Bambo Nela Januba Sudan. Somebody called Muhammad Ismail Adam Sudan. So that was our name on the board when we were taken to the university. So one Sudanese guy who was next to me, who knows me, asked, why are they writing you Junub Sudan and not Sudan? Then I asked him, and I say, Aslan, Ana min Wayne. He said, in Junub Sudan. And I say, why? But why are you complaining? This man is saying the truth. He's specifying where I am from, Junub Sudan. So why are you angry? And he said, what about me? I said, but you didn't specify your identity. You were from Darfur, but you were like an Arab because you didn't say Darfur. Now people are coming up with Darfur. Why are they coming up with Darfur? Because they have seen the difference that is coming to them, because Islam was said to be something that to cover them up. But now there is a difference in Islam. So now Darfur has come up to be Darfur. So if you get somebody now from Sudan and ask him, "Inta min wayn huwa ana min Darfur?" Why? Because a Southerner made himself ready to be from Junub Sudan. So the Egyptian knew that the South Sudan was going to succeed. The second point is that we were getting scholarship with the other African students, Africans from Mali, Africans from Djibouti, Africans from all the African countries, not
Comoro Island even.
Yeah, we are getting our scholarship from Wazara Al Kharijiyah. So we go to get our money from Wazara Kharijiyah, not from the education. No, we get it from Wazara Kharijiyah. So we're considered as foreign students from different countries, not even from Sudan. So the idea that we were going to be Islamized, that is not there. And the other thing, we like what I'm seeing in Egypt now, we were respected. The Egyptian, by then, I think immediately after Jamal Abdel Nasser's policy, and then Sadat came in, the black people were respected. Our brothers from the north, if they were seen, they would say, yeah, but a black man, pure from South or from Congo, Uganda, and other people who were studying there, especially those who are in Azhar, nobody can talk to them or give them a bad name, because they were said that these people are people from Africa and they are representing their country here. So please don't disappoint them. So this idea of we have to be Islamized or to be Arabized, the Egyptian didn't tell us this. I didn't hear about it.
Good. Gregorio.
I have a couple questions for you, Dr. Bambo. The first one with regard to professionally, you have been taken to Bakhtarida and trained as a professional teacher for primary school. During your training at Bakhtarida, you were trained to teach multiple subjects, or you are specialized in specific one subject only? And why, if so, you are trained to teach multiple language, why when teachers come back, they are specialized to teach even subdivision within the subject itself? Or for example, this is a specialist, like we have Dr. Ustaz Kabaka. Ustaz Kabaka taught literally every single child in Western Bahr al Ghazal or in Greater Bahr al Ghazal, then geography. Okay, that is it. Okay. We have other, like we have Ustaz Ismail, that was teaching Arabic only. Adam Jalaluddin teaching Arabic only, and so forth. There is so many examples. So how was your training?
Yeah, the training in Baktaruda was actually not on a specific subject, but most of the training was the methods of how to prepare your classes. Let's say to prepare, the way to prepare your lessons.
Yeah.
There are many ways. If you don't prepare your lessons properly in a proper way, so that when you go to the class and you deliver this to the students, you will be confused. So before you go to your class, you are taught this method to make a preparation of how to do your preparation with all the examples and everything, and then you go to the class with it. When you go to the class now, you see the students, look at them, where somebody's sitting properly, something, what, is there anybody, there's distraction on this side, there is light on this side, there is a window open or something like that. And then when you see all these things, then you now try to get to teach your lesson. Yes, there is something like that. When I came as a teacher in WOW gym, there were 4th and 5th and 6th class. The other class law, I didn't teach them. This is one. So I was teaching physics and then mathematics and biology to the class. Why? Because there was teacher there for Arabic. You cannot say, I want to go and teach Arabic, because there is already a designated teacher for Arabic. As you said, there is also a designated teacher for geography. There is also a designated teacher for other, even for PE. The teacher that takes you out for the training.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you cannot get out and say you come here for PE. There is a teacher for that. So because maybe there are many teachers, and because maybe there are many teachers, so everybody had to take the subject that he likes. And for me, actually, I was one of the people, I took this because these are the subjects I like in the school. When I was in the school, I cannot go and teach literature. I cannot go and take Arabic, because Arabic, we're taught only language. It's a language. So I cannot go and teach Arabic because it will be difficult for me. So I think these people take according to the preference for what they know to teach. But when I went the last time to WOW, as you said before, I went from here. When I heard about the independence, I say, I don't want to hear about independence, but I want to see. So I moved from here before July 11th, or what?
Declaration of Independence.
Declaration of Independence, and I went to Juba. Then I went to WOW. I voted in the same Madrasa Janain that I thought in it. I went and voted for the independence in Madrasa Janain.
Wow.
Yes, because my documents are with me now that I voted for independence. Somebody cannot tell me. So what am I going to say?
You went home because you want to be part of the new country,
and you wanted to see, and you saw the teachers.
Yeah. And the teachers, when I went home, thanks God that the teacher, the minister was somebody, the brother of Nasir Atanasio. So he was a friend to my minister, Dr. Isaac. So we tour with them. When they want to go out for this touring, we go with them. He tours the schools and the minister tours the hospitals or the clinics. So we went to Ngodakala, go to all these places, Birinji, and many places, even including those of Udishi and Korgana, up to Boro. So in those places, we found that one teacher, let's say in Ngodakala, there were only 2 teachers, and there were 3 or 4 classes. So these 2 teachers would teach all the subjects and all the subjects, because there were no teachers going to go to Kalate. So they stay there, they teach from Monday up to Friday, then they leave from Godakala to WOW to spend their weekend. So imagine, because of the hardship that there were no teachers, they volunteer to do that. Teach elementary, teach arithmetic, teach biology, teach Arabic, teach everything, and then they go. So during hardship like that, I think they can manage it. They can manage it.
So, in a nutshell, that's mean that teachers are trained to be a kashkul, literally to teach everything, especially in the lower classes. So
definitely.
when you go to high school, it is completely different. Physics get more complicated, chemistry, get more complicated. So it is different. Not anybody can teach it. My second question, based on your experience, what is your take on boarding schools? Because with the demagoguing, what is happening in South Sudan, we don't know each other. Okay, there is no way to interact. People of Raja, they are in Raja. Even when people of Raja, they come to out, they get segregated. Okay, forget about going to Awil, going to Rumbek, going to Loka, going to Maridi, going to Tombora, going to Pagak. Okay, with your experience, when you mention your colleague, those people that you interact with them, you mention them all from across South Sudan because you had a chance to interact with them, maybe a little bit in Busere, but when you went to Rumbek, it opened your spectrum. And when you moved to Khartoum, Rumbek Secondary School in Khartoum, you have a chance to interact with all students from across South Sudan. And this is whereby it built a strong relationship. You have colleague from Upper Nile, you have colleague like Dr. Michael, you both are Fritit, you have colleague from Luo, from all over the place. What is your take? Because we are addressing the issue and looking for a solution. What is your take to reconstitute a boarding school again in South Sudan, bring kids from Loka, take them to Ziber, take them to Sopo, take them to Bor al Medina, and so forth. What is your take and how that will help to re-stitch this social fabric that has been destroyed by demagoguing of the system in South Sudan?
Yeah, thank you. This unification will be a little bit difficult at this moment to me, because as I said to you before, when we were in Busere, there were all people from different spectrum, even including the Dinka guys from Awil. As I said, there is somebody called, he's called Mawach. And then there are a few people that I know, even in the government now. They were there in Busere by then. But nobody could touch them. Why? Because there was sort of a thing called law. Education, there is a law that you guide you to protect anybody in the school. And the teacher will have to see that this law is enforced. You are in the school premises, you are protected. There was only one thing, the bullying. The bullying was there at the height. And people like us who went to Busere, it was very dangerous for us. Because a big boy can call you and say, take my clothes, go and wash it. And you have to go and wash it for him. If you don't do it, you are in troubles. That was the only thing that frightened us in Busere. So what is the remedy? The remedy was to befriend one of the people in the class, either in the 4th or in the 3rd year, to make a friendship with him. And something like, we were from Wow, when you go home, you bring some sugar, you bring some tea, you bring it to him.
Bring some mardut.
Yeah, mardut. And then he became very happy with you. Even you bring many things from home to him. And then when somebody touches you, he say, no, this is my boy. Oh, okay, so you are protected. And there are many ways that you can make yourself be protected. There are some of your relatives. There are some people, especially for us in Wow, we were protected by somebody called Hassan Munirabi. Hassan was a rascal guy. He's from Wow. So if you do anything with Hassan will start boxing you. So
Yeah.
people just say, hey, don't go to him. This is with Mr. Hassan.
Yeah.
So we were protected. And there was somebody called also Baden. Baden was from Equatoria. His father was some people, these are Equatorians who came to Wow to work. And his father was from Wow, working in Wow. He's in Equatoria. Baden was also a very strong man. So Baden could threaten anybody. So we were aligned with Baden so that we are protected. So this is the only fear that we had by then. But the rest, nothing. But the school was functioning very nice. But now, I remember seeing the changes taking place after when I graduated from university from Egypt and I came to Wow. The first incident happened to me when I saw it was in Mbili girls, that the people in Mbili, they fought with the girls from Equatoria. They were saying that you, the Equatorian girls, you must leave from here. This is not your area and you go. And the second thing also happened in Busere. People from Busere fought with the other tribes and it was a big fight. So from that time, I knew that the schools cannot be like our time anymore. Even now, if I'm in South Sudan, I will not take my son to the boarding school. It's difficult because in the boarding school, people go with weapons, people go with knife, people go with arrows, people go with spears. Even the people who are influenced, some people, they give them guns to go with you to the school that you, these particular people like this, you find them, kill them. And they are instigated by their elders, by their people, the people who are in the government. And it happened to us in Wow. So in Busere, the same thing. So for the schools to reunite and then come to the boarding school, as you said, from Raja, if comes to us to be discriminated, it is going to be difficult, my friend. Let people go stay in their homes and then they go to the school. Boarding school is going to be a threat. If you go to boarding school, you are doomed to take your child to die because there is no discipline and there is no law. Because if people are being killed now on the road, unknown men, unknown gunmen, the bishop is shot, unknown gunmen, what do you think will happen in the school? Is there any chance that the schools will be safe? So it is this answer is in snow, and I will not tell you that the reunification will be easy now until maybe if the system change in South Sudan. Thank you.
Dr. Bambo, I've got a question from a viewer, which you've already answered part of it, but the second part is seems to be more important. Is how do you feel about your voting for the secession of South Sudan? Because the other part of it, you've already answered them.
Yeah, I will not regret voting for secession. That is my principle. I will not, and I will say I will not regret, because the fighting that took place, I mean the fighting for secession didn't start in 1983, as people put it. Those who are now going around saying the secession started in 1983, these are the people who say they might regret. But for me, the war, as I put it to you, it started with my father, who was put in jail in 1955. Some of these people who are now in the government were not born. They don't know anything. And then that was the beginning of the situation. So we went through. Our people were beaten, lashed by the Arabs. Students were put head down and then were whipped. Some were put with these chilies, or what you call shatta, the goloman, the gobe shatta, في جرينتي ده.
Yep.
So all these things, our people, many people were killed. I know them. يعني أنا كان ذكرت اسمه ناس ليت سامويل لا أستاذ البتاع بتاراجا ناس منو ناس أستاذ جuma عبد الله. People that I know, they were called like this and then in circle and they were shot. دم بتاع الناس ده ما يروح ساكت. دم بتاع الناس ده لازم يكون في تحرير. حتى الناس أنكل بتاعنا ناس أنجل كليمن ناس داريوس بشير وجماعة ديل they were the first people who came up to talk of separation. أنكل كليمن ده هو أول وزير داخلية جنوبي. في منو كان بقى وزير داخلية جنوبي؟
أول وآخر ما في جنوب ثاني جا وزير داخلية.
بعدين he was not a tribalist. يعني لو هو كان ترابليست زي حسن الناس الحسن ده كان معناته كل يلدقوا بقى كان بقى وزراء كان كله فوق بقى سفراء كان كله بقى في محلات لكن he was genuine. الجماعة دي كان يهود قاعدين معه and he was the one training all of them. He was somebody who ما عنده feeling بتاع tribalism. That is one. يا أخي أساميهم ده. These are the people that يعني they benefit من ال teaching وال training بتاع أنجل كليمن بورو and today they are showing back الفراتيت قالوا انتوا ما ناس انتوا cowards انتوا كده لكن ديل علموكم طلعوكم بقيتوا ناس بس راح كده. فيعني ال regret for independence no أنا vote for independence. لكن يا جماعة ما تفتكروا قال الحكومة دي بس ياهو خلاص يعني هو يعني هيكون دايم. no أنا هموت في كتير هيموت لكن في مستقبل ما هيدوم كله حكومة ده ما هيدوم. let them stay there enjoy eat drink لكن في الآخر ما هيدوم والله ما هيدوم. أيوة. فيعني عشان تقول استقلال جنوب ما واحد يقول أنا I'm not happy عشان استقلال جنوب عشان يقول يا ريت كان يكون مع عرب. لا أنا استقلال جنوب لكن بلد ده حكومة دي ما بيدوم. في ولد جنوب بيجي بعدين بمسك بلد ده وبيوحد الجنوبين ده كله بعدين بيوحدهم على حسب مترتشين مفكفكين ده عشان كلام قروش ده الزيت ده بنزين ده هيوحدهم كله وما يجي. ولا لو كان ما وحدهم جنوب ده هيتشتت وكل قبيله يكون مع القبيله بتاعه. كارثه. لكن احنا كويسين احنا فرحانين ليه؟ كان انا واي شود اي ريجريت كان دارفور هسه عايز ينفصل كان جبل نوبه عايز ينفصل كان الناس بتاع شرق السودان عايز ينفصل. معناته شنو؟ معناته انا انفصلت احسن انا اول منه. I will not regret. شكرا.
That's great. One more question from me. What is your recollection, Doctor, about Major Ferdinando Goy during your time? طبعا انت كنت صغير في الزمن داك لكن اكيد تكون سميت حاجه عنه او لما انت كبرت شويه لانه معظم education بتاعك was within بحر الغزال. So اكيد تكون سميت حاجه بالذات when we look at it that the Anyanya one started when you were there already, you know, and your dad, it started from your dad, and you knew a lot of stories were being floated around.
Thank you, Mr. Nderenda. Ferdinando Goy was a name that I heard in the early 1960s. بصراحة كده 50s لا أنا كان ما سمعت في early 60s في 60s ده سمينا اسم فرديناندو غوي. Ferdinando Goy, that was the name I heard. بعدينك أنا سمعت أنه راجل ده قوي وهو في معناس الجماعة بتاعت freedom fighters. نحن كنا ما بنسميهم rebels زي ما هسه ناس كان عملوا أي حاجة you are a rebel. أنت كلنا rebel كان وهسه تاني واحد تاني الrebel كان يقول ناديك كمان rebel. نحن كنا ما ينادي كنا نقول freedom fighters. وناس دي كان الناس اللي كان بيشجعونا بالصراحه انا بقول الكلام ده ناس من استوائيه. انا ما اعرف ناس استوائيه غيروا ليه. ناس استوائيه كان يوايعوا ناس بتاع قرب بركزات هم ياجوا دخلوا لنا في منطقتنا قالوا فريدوم فايترز واننا دارين نجندوا ناس. فانت كان عندك 3 عيال يشيلوا منك واحد ويخلي، يشيلوا منك 2 يخلي لك واحد. انت كان عندك 2 يشيل منك واحد ويخلي واحد. انت كان عندك واحد بيقول لك خلي لك بالطريقه ده. وبعدين بمشي لمشايخ ويقول يا جماعه ان احنا ناس فريدوم فايترز، انا دايرين تلموا لنا قروش، تلموا لنا اكل، وبيلموا اكل، وفي لو، في ديسيبلين، ما في حاجه، ما في زول بمشي يشيل.
Let me just say this. يعني شغل منظم في early 50s through 60s unlike الشغل العشوائي لأنه الاس بي ال اي عملوا يمسكوا مرتك وعيالك انه معهم قدامك، يشيلوا حاجات بتاعكم، يدقوكم.
ابويا دي تلقى زول لما يقول لك ابويا دي تلقى ده زول ثاني، ده في الطريقه في فايده برضه ما في فايده. So
this is piece of history. عشان انه الناس اللي عايزين يزوروا تاريخ they have to remember الموفمنت بدأ في استوائية and how the Equatorian were organized, convincing people. وحتى انه عندك جنة واحد بيسيبوا لك ما بيشيلوه يودوه غابة بقوة.
والله انا بشكر الايكواتوريين ديل، يعني ناس واعيين جدا جدا بصراحه كده في الزمن ده. انا في الزمن ذاك، لكن انا ما اعرف استوائيين اللي حصل دي. يجوا وبعدين بيتكلموا انجليزي، كان انا كنا في واب بيتكلم عربي اكثر، بيتكلموا انجليزي وكان تلك في انجليزي. فبيوري الكلام ده، وناس بيجمعوا اكل بيجيبوه، وما في زول بيمشي نومه مع زول ولا بيمشي حاجه زول ولا حاجه. فبيقولوا انتوا تكونوا نفوسكم وتكونوا في محلكم. يعني فرديناندو جوي ده بقى في منطقه بتاعتنا، وفي ناس كتير، ناس فدرك فضل، ناس امنا جون فؤاد، وناس منو، في واحد اسمه فدرك ماجوت دينكاوي، ده كان من الناس البارزين من دينكا في المنطقه ده. فدرك ماجوت كان سول يفهم اسمه. فديل كان ناس يعني فاهمين، ما زي ناس حمجيه هسه بتاع اس بي ال ده. قال شاء ابوي ده دي تلقى، ابوك ذاته دي تلقى، ولا كنت لقيت قسيسته دي كف، ده ما نعلى كلنا، ده منولين هسه. هو ده طريقه ما بقدر يمشي قدام بيشو بيضربوه بالسلاح. ده طريقه. انتوا ناس بتاع كنيسه، ابونا يا دكتور الجا قرا 6 سنوات عشان يجي يساعدكم تقتلوا، تفتكر الحكومه ده بيستمر؟ So what were you taking me up to؟ الناس ديل فرديناندو جوي اسمه ظهر في وقت ده، فكان ايالنا بيمشوا في قلعه. انا ده بتذكر هيلتنا في واو في الفحل ده، تسمع قال 3 4 عيال خلاص بكره من ماشيين، ومعاتهم يقول يا اولادي انتوا ماشيين لشنو؟ والله ماشيين لفريدوم فايتر، ماشيين عشان نحاربوا. يالنا طلعوا يالنا قتلوهم. هسه ناس يقولوا احنا متنا في 83 ويعني نحن عشان متنا يا هدى اننا حررنا ونحن حررناكم. انتوا حررتونا ناس منو؟ في زمن انا كنا قاعدين نشيلوا السلاح، انتوا كنتوا قاعدين في خلا، قاعدين يروموا في رومات، ما في زول كان بيعرف كلام ده. احنا كنا ناس قاعدين نشيلوا السلاح. وصراحه كده يعني كلام بعد مرات بيزعل زول، ولا كلام بيزعل زول، وزول بيطلع كلام يعني ما من نيته. فرديناندو جوي هو استمر بالطريقه ده، ولما الناس وحارب ومشى، يعني عمل موبيلايزيشن كويس، لكن طبعا ومشى عشان يجيب سلاح، ومشى ايطاليا، ومشى اخيرا يهودا مشى في منطقه جولو، واسم شنو، حصل عيان بملاريا، وكان ما في انعاش كويس ومش كيف، ومات هناك في فتره ده. انا ما اعرف في 19 كم 1970 something ولا كان في حاجه كده. فده حاجه فرديناندو كوي. فنحن ابناء بتاع غرب بحر كنا عايزين نجيب الاسم شنو بالعربي بتاعكم ده، الرفاع بتاعه لواو عشان يدفنوا. فانا ده كان سكرتير مش في واو، سكرتير عام بتاع الرفاع ده عشان يجيبوه. فلمينا قروش هسه لقيت هسه الزول اللي هسه عاملينه شنو في واو هناك ده كان عنده الناس اللي لمينا قروش له. فأنا لسه كلام ده قروش ده أنا لسه هنمشي نتابع كلام قروش ده، ولسه نقول قروش ده لأن اللي هسه في وقت السلام ده ذاته ده كان وقت مناسب عشان نمشي نجيب الرفاع بتاع الراجل ده من هناك عشان نمشي ندفنوه في ميدان حورية بتاعتنا في واو ده ده واحد من الناس الابرزون. وانا لما كنت
انت قاعد تقول للزول اللي لميتوا قروش عنده ده انتوا جايين ورا قروش بتاعكم بتاعنا؟
لا قروش ده هو هيطلعوا فيه.
خليه يسمعه كويس لانه هو بعرف نفسه.
وبعدين يعني الكلام ده انا بقول لك بيشوب بتاعتنا بتواو بيشوب رودولف الله يرحمه رودولف ده. انا لما مشيت له عشان نوري الكلام ده له بيشوب ده رودولف ده قال لي والله ده كلام كويس وانا ذاته بتبرع لكم. قال لي انت عارف فردانتو الدقوي ده كان بيعمل شنو؟ قال لنا شو شجره مانجا، شو شجره مو شجره مانجا، شجره في جنب كنيسه توالي ما جنب كنيسه توالي في تجابه الكنيسه ده هناك في واو. انت كان شايف الزلط ده. قال الراجل ده فردانتو قايده بيلبس زي مرة وبعدين بيشيل حاجات في راسه وبيجي بقعد في ملتي الشجره ده بقول يا جماعه خلي ناس يساعدوه بقروش عشان يقدر ياكل جناو. والناس اللي ما بيعرفوه الناس اللي بيعرفوه بيجي بدو قروش وهم نفس الكنيسه كان يا هو يوم ده بيجي بس على بيقول في زول ده نعرفه هاي بيجي بدو قروش. بيشوب رودولف الله يرحمه قال
so he come under cover.
ايوه اندر كفر. شفتوا كيف؟ فكده شوف شجاعه الراجل ده كده يعني قاعد يجي يكش جواو في بين العساكر بين كل مشاكل ده ويقعد يلم قروش في محله ويشيل بينها ويطلع يفوت. شفتوا كيف؟ فده راجل شجاع ناس ما بقدر يتكلموا فوقه. فعنينا فقدنا واحد زول شجاع وناسنا ما يكلموا لانه ناسنا ما بدوا يعني they don't praise. لكن هذا زول زي فرداندو جويدا ده بطل وفي منهم كثير يعني في ناسنا كثير في عنانيا ده ماتوا كثير يا زي ناس فدريك فضل وناس فؤاد وناس واحد اسمه ده كونفويو ده كان نوتوريوس بدوق ناس وده
I lost all my uncles. Cuando fui por lo Cotolón Fañaña, para mí Romano Cotolón Ferumbe.
Cotolón كله. Cotolón كله. ناس لومهم كده ناس يا أخي والله لومهم كده ناس لومهم كده في يوم يلا ضربهم زي ما حصل على أخواننا قاعدين يضربونا بوده. ما they are doing the same thing هسه في لانيا وفي معلا ده بيضربوا ناس زي بيضربوا في خروف. اللي يخرب بيتهم يا أخي.
والله uncle بصراحة you came in to ZööMTV with all the power, with all the energy. And that is exactly ZööMTV energy. We never talk to you, this is the energy you must come with. But because you felt it when you come to ZööMTV, and this is not a joke or anything, because on ZööMTV, we speak on behalf of الناس الغلبانين سواء كان عندنا في غرب بحر الغزال أو في كل محل في جنوب السودان. We try to fit into their shoes to see things and try to get that message out as to how people feel. What are the things that we need to be able to talk about. And we don't talk about general stuff in general. We try to go into things that nobody wants to touch it. I know the topic of education, people would tell you, yeah, we talked about it. Some people talked about it somewhere, but we try to go into it in a way that في زول بكون قاعد قبل نفسه لكن say زمان كان كيف, not this fancy stuff that is going on now, because if we have to bring somebody من حكومة بيسمى نفسهم حكومة في جوبا راسل كتنام في كرسي وسألناهم هم 3 سؤال, I can guarantee 3 سؤال they will take off their mic, they will go away, they will not stay. I guarantee that for sure. 3 questions, they will not stand it. Because since they have that idea, we will raise ourselves to their level and ask them those questions. 3 questions only. But with you, you're someone who has lived it. You don't have any interest in Hakuma. You don't have any interest in Hakuma. What are you doing in diaspora? If you really have, it is easier, sir. You can go back to Junub and يدوا لك اي حاجه يدخلوك في اي مستشفى ولا اي حاجه ان شاء الله تقعد ساكت ما تصرف ما هي as long as you're there, if that's what you're interested in. And that actually transferred to people of especially the Fertit. We are not power hunger. That is something that people don't pay attention to. And that's exactly the same thing you can I'm quite sure if I go to Equatoria, majority of them are not power hunger. people think about others. That's the reality. That's why you come here humbly and you're sitting there, you're talking. That's what you know. That's how you feel. That's how you believe things should be. What is wrong, and what is right should be applied. I'm personally glad you're here. You made your voice clean. I'm quite sure this video is gonna get a little bit of more audience even after we finish this live show. A lot of people are gonna go like, "Galo Dictor Arcangelo Talafi live." We want to know what is he talking about, and especially Hayagulun Dictor Arcangelo Talafi live is criticizing the government. Now we need to hear it, and I'm quite sure. They're gonna get to sit to listen to it, and probably you receive some phone calls asking you, "Did you really have to say that?" ما بس كان اسكت ساكت بس وليه تقعد تتكلم جدل. عيال ديل وطايشين، انت مشكلتك شنو معهم؟ لاننا ما طايشين، وهنا ما عيال. هنا ما طايشين، هنا ما عيال. We are leaders in our communities. We are leaders in our region. We are leaders in South Sudan. What are you talking about? So how can we be a yell and tackling issues like this? We're not a yell. Who said that if I'm given a mansab, قال دير وزارة أنا أقدر بديره. I can ديره وديره مليون مرة أحسن من الجماعة اللي شغالين فيه حسن. كويس؟ So if I have this kind of a brain, then أنا ما جنا. If my brother Grikuju here has that kind of brain he's got, he's working things out, then he's not جنا. هو ما طايش أنا ما طايش ولا أنت دكتور أنت ما طايش حتى. مش أنت ما عندك شغل. No, it's in the title tag. If you want shogol, you will just jump on Tiara, one-way ticket. You'll go back. Inshallah, bagu kafir kita mustashfa. You will tell the shogol, but do glow. So it is not the idea of what people will be thinking, but honestly, I'm grateful that you've made an entrance today on ZööMTV. You made an entrance, what we would call a grand entrance, and you got everyone now to go like, should I invite Dr. Bamboo to my show, because it looks like he's got other things he hasn't said it yet. So, and I'm glad there's some more topics, and my wish is any other topics that if we feel that there's some topic that you can have an input in it, we will get in touch with you, and we will be graced by your presence once more over and over. Brother Grikoju, the podium is yours.
Yeah. Let me go with Uncle, because that will bring me home closer. But Dictoria Madakatra Oborjolo Junub Sudan, those PhD holder, Sato Borjolo. We appreciate it regardless of the short notice. I call you a couple hours before the show, and you decide to come in. I believe there is a lot of historical places where we need to revisit, and we need to bring this history back to life, your knowledge, because you gave us an eye account, okay? You were there, you witnessed it, you experienced it, okay? Gotaoye de nas, Gidamak Zumala Shaninu Warum de Dam. Somebody got to bleed so that to teach them. We have people like Uncle Clement Domboro. What is your perspective? That will be some idea for future conversation. Somebody like Uncle Stanislaus Baisama, okay? And like with the level of intellect at that time, how they can think, okay? And how they took a center of leadership in our history. Those are places we need to visit. But I will go to question of, we will go back to our topic in a moment here. Sharing the link already, allowing people to come in. But there is a question from Brother Mashar here. You are a father. You are a leader, you are an intellectual, that you have your own perspective, you are monitoring the situation, what is happening in our country. And I believe also you have a role to play. You have a message to send to our people of South Sudan in diaspora back home. And Brother Mashar is asking you, what is your message with regard to unity? How can Junubin come together? This is from an elderly perspective. With your caliber, what is your message? Because this is all in all what Zoom is about. We are zooming in, flipping things around, and trying to find we highlighted the cause of this unity. But how can we trying to restitch? So I believe the question is on the screen there. If you can respond to this gentleman who asked you, and then the link is there. Maybe if you have the time, there is a couple people may will come. They want to talk to you direct or to salute you for the outstanding an account that you share with us. So the podium is yours, Uncle Bambo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank Machar for this question. And I say that out of anger, yes, I've said a lot of things, especially against this government. When I say against this government, I mean against this present or this current government. South Sudanese, before, when we were young in WOW, and as I said, through my education, we were all united. All, even we don't know who was a tribe. Because especially we in WOW, you don't ask the tribe of person. There are people who are there who came to WOW, not as the people of WOW, but the people who came and resided in WOW. We can call them like this. Here in America, we are many states here in America. I lived in Minnesota for 18 years. And I moved now to Texas in about 4 years. But when you move from state to state, there are also jurisdictions, there are also regulations that if you have a driving license, your driving license will be functionable for 3 months, and then you change to the state where you came to. Now, the same thing in South Sudan. People can move freely. People can move anywhere without even asking. But if we come to the reality, people say you can move anywhere we can live anywhere. No, there should be a little bit of jurisdiction. When you move from Gogrial, let us take an example, to WOW, to go to stay in WOW. And in those days, it is only the government officials that move that like that. No people, the local people, they don't move. Your father may be a policeman and he was transferred to WOW headquarters. So you move with your family to WOW and you get the privileges of how to live in WOW with the people of WOW, and you become a WOWian. The same thing, my father was moved to Raja. He goes to Raja, he stays in Raja with the people. The vice versa. People from Raja was moved to WOW. And they stay in WOW and they work in WOW. And we moved to Tonj. The whole of this west of Barakazal, the people of Western Barakazal were all moving all in these places. Who built the intermediate school in Tonj? I mean in Yerul. Who built the hospitals in other places in Rumbek? Who built the other places in Awil? These were people from Western Barakazal. You cannot deny that. They work in the rice factory in Awil. They work. You cannot deny that. Why?
That was the first job for my dad in Awil.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here, unity among the people of South Sudan was there without even enforcing it. Automatic. I can take, for me, I can mention, let us say, a Kresh or a Banda or a Dinka or somebody, we can move. We can move. Even people from Equatorial, as I said, when Gabriel Jada he was teaching us in Busser, there was nothing. And just few weeks ago, I heard one of my doctor was killed in Bentiu, and then the news that circulated that every person will have to stay in their state to work. Every person had to stay in their state to work. And then again, I got the same thing from Rumbek. I'm sorry to say this. The Minister of Labor in Rumbek made it on the paper that any of these foreign people or the NGOs, if they are hiring, they must see to it that they have to hire people from Rumbek first. And if there is nobody from Rumbek, then they have to bring somebody from outside. This is one. Number two, he said that the local jobs, this is completely no way. It is only for the Rumbekians. Nobody from outside can do that. Brother, I'm answering this question. If you go to WOW, to Bahr el Ghazal University, the man who opens the door for you, a kafir, is from Rumbek. The cook from Rumbek. Everything is from Rumbek because the chancellor was from Rumbek. Can the people of WOW, are they not denied now of their local job? I want to ask this question. Are they not denied of their local job? So we are to be very, and this is what I'm saying, you have to talk. We are now going to talk. We are going to tell our people also that the Minister of Labor in WOW will come out with this same writing. Because why are they more intellectual than us? Of writing, you have to write the same thing, and the local people who are in WOW, who are doing the jobs of the local people, will have to go immediately to their area. Tat for tat. We are going to use the rule of Hammurabi. No way. Yeah, because we accommodate everybody from all over the South Sudan. But for us, people consider us that you are stupid, that you are cowards. That cannot be. Why are we cowards? We are accommodating you because we want to see to that you come and earn something for the food for your children. But if you look at that and say we are stupid, we are going to enforce the same thing. The police officer, the police commissioner from Rumbek or from any other place, the brigade, the prisons officer, all from different states. What about us? We don't have police commissioner? Can we not force a police commissioner to come? Our late prison warden or commissioner of police of prisons, I'm sorry to say his name, late Michael Bataku, was in Rumbek. He was chased that you cannot stay here, go to your place. And he came to WOW. And the prison officer or the commissioner now in WOW is from Rumbek. Why didn't we chase him? يا جماعة قاعدين يكون في راشونال. فالكلام بتاع أخونا مشاعر, there is unity, ya brother. Unity will continue among us as Southerners if this government goes away. You want me to answer you? This is my point. If this government goes away and the government of the day, government of the people come to see to it that all Southerners are one, then the unity will come among us automatically again as it is. But if this government continue, there will be disparity. There will be no union in South Sudan. And maybe we'll go to tribal level. I'm sorry to say this, even the Dinka themselves, they are now divided because of this government. Leave alone the people who are talking, the Dinkas are the one enjoying. No, they are the most people who are suffering under this regime. Under this regime, Dinkas are the one most suffering. You don't know. So please, unity among us is paramount. We are going to unite with every person in South Sudan, but this regime must go down and you will see unity among us. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Uncle. Something you said there about the University of Bahr el Ghazal. One that is stand out in my mind is the name has to be changed.
Yes.
It has to be the University of Western Bahr el Ghazal. We need
Yes.
to bring it down to our state.
Yes.
And then when we accept other students in it, it is based on what policy we put down, just like Jama Juba. All right. Yes. When the Jama Juba was came about, it was under that. That's okay. It was for the accommodate Junubin Kulu, who accommodate Hatta Shamalin. Correct. I min Sudan. That was what it was. But now the way things are going, now we're being used. You know, Mizania Batana is being shared by other states, whereby their own Mizania, nobody is touching it. So if that is the case, then now we got to really make it nicely. It's West Bahr el Ghazal University. We are the one who find out who's the chancellor, who are the teachers in it, the students who come in, and how much we can, portion off to other states to accommodate other states. Because further is all the way down. It's so rotten. The system is so rotten that things are being done. You don't even ask about it, because if you ask, you get kicked out of wherever you are. That's all that I can add to that one. But well done, bravo. What you've said, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about what you're saying, because these are the things that the realities that nobody. And when you talk like this, now there are some who will call you, oh, Dr. Bambu is tribalist. Now the way he's talking is no. This is not about being a tribalist or anything. It's about being just. It's about being fair. You know, it's about being equal as citizens of the same country. You know, I'm not less or more than any other person in South Sudan who is a South Sudanese. You know, they have the same citizenship as myself. They have the same, if they have passport, they have the same passport as mine. There is nothing less or more. So we have someone in the studio. I'm not quite sure what is your time doing with you, Dr. Uncle. My sister said Dr. Uncle Doc. Uncle Doc, what is your time going? You feel some energy still in you, or you need to take your leave or something? So we don't want to feel like we want to hold you here.
I'm charged tonight.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. We have brother Grikoju. If you welcome brother here up, Victor is here. We will be talking to him. Yeah.
Brother Langalafa is in the house, but let me say this. It is a true story. I have my half brother who used to be Askari Bolis from Bek. Dr. Bamba, you know him very well. لما حصل مشكلة في رومبيك طلع من رومبيك. He owned a land مسجل في مجلس مدينة بتاع رومبيك and everything. زرع فيه أشجار بتاع مانجا. After the independence, things settled. He went back to Rumbek to claim his land. الأوراق بتاعه مسجل في مجلس and everything. You know what they told him? Yes, we appreciate it. انت زرعت شجر بتاع مانجا. لكن the land is belong to Rumbekian. Okay, so go and talk. Those paper, the paper بتاع حكومة بتاع جلابة زمان. Okay, things change now. يا البلد شالوا بلدهم. فعلا people will witness على أساس إنه مانجا أشجار بتاع مانجا ديتا زراعته. So let the current occupant or the current owner compensate you بتاع أشجار بتاع مانجا اللي أنت زرعتهم. Okay, just to give you something like colorism. Like the land is belong to the Rumbekian. So we know it. It is the same thing in Warab. They don't allow people to own lands. لأنه ما عندهم وزارة بنية تحتية اللي بيوزع أراضي. The same thing for Awil when you are a stranger. Okay, I have somebody who went and tried to acquire a land with his government capacity. Okay, went to Warab just to have it for the record. Now, thanks to Michael Christopher, okay, bringing this documentary with Atino, Sultan will come from Bor and start distributing land بتاع باري في Juba, okay. بوزاو ما بمتر بجروني بلا بس as he described it. Boom, محل الأجر بتاع نبلا ده بمشي بقى فيه. They are anyway, brother Langalafa, it has been a while. Good to see you. I believe that will give you a segue. Alasaseno, you can pick it from there. We are talking about education because تعليم ما ذاته جزء من سياسة واستراتيجية بتاع الدولة. Okay, and like ده ركن أساسي على أساس إنه الدولة ده اتجاهه ماشي وين. So بيبدأ من المناهج ذاتها التعليمية بيحضروا ويجهزون كيف. أوكي، أنت عايز توجه ناس وين؟ لأنه we have seen it في السودان how جلابة manipulate us. يعني بتذكر I will give you the podium. بتذكر نشيد اللغة العربية. أوكي، بيقول لا تلومني في هواها ليس يرديني سواها. أوكي، لغة الأجداد هذا something بيها الأم تغنت وبيها الوالد فا. أوكي، I don't think أبوي بكلم عربي بتاع كريش ومي يمكن بكلم كريش on the go بس like my mother never يمكن كلام عربي شوية لكن أسمع كلام ده قال لا تلومني في هواها ليس يرديني سواها. لغة الأجداد هذا بيها الأم تغنت ووالدي فاها. ياتو أبويا لأنه يتكلم بعربي ولا أمي اللي ياتو قنا بتاع عرب. عشان إنه أنا قاعد بحب لغة ده لا تلومني فيه. ده حاجة في منهج بيزرعوا في راس جنا في السنة الثالثة ولا الرابعة ابتدائي. And I do remember it very well. حفظته. وكنت بقوله زي باباغا. Okay? I don't know the meaning. But when I grow up and then I went and I look at it, look at it like daddy Haza. Come on. Maro that want to come and Arabic guy. Langalafa, you can take it from here.
Okay, first of all, thank you guys, and then it's always happy to get to see you guys, and then appreciate what you guys are always like addressing. Those are great issues, and then it's really like picking up very big. Yeah, so starting with the issue of like education in South Sudan, like it appears that like since we gain our independence, like our priorities are kind of mixed up, like the system that is governing are still looking a way to find herself. Where does she belong? Where does she wants to go? And such things, whenever like there's a lack of like definition of where you want to go, it will really affect so many things in the country. It's not only our education that is affected, our health system is affected, our governance even is affected. And whenever there is such affection, like in one way or the other, you will see the result coming up from mere individuals, like what is happening in Rumbek now. That is like individuals who are taking their like reaction in their hand. And whenever, like, I don't know if the statement that the minister get to say what he said is true or not, but if it happens to be true, it shows that like we really have a long way to go. And the best way to go about it is for us to like have this 3 points that is important for any country, a country of institution with divided role and protected constitution. And those 3 pillars of a nation, we really still don't have it. Since 2005, as I said before, and then in so many occasions, and then a gathering, like since the death of John Garang, SPLA have lost their political compass. And we are just going Zekan Shunu, Bagar al Gadi Mut, Bimshi Bishut Shamal Yemin Gidamwara. And it's so sad, yani, it's really disappointing, not because we are lacking like people who can, like the technocrats who can take the country ahead, But the issue that we are lacking the opportunity to let these people, to give them a chance. A country like South Sudan, at the formation of it, it needs to be left for technocrats and politicians. My advice to them, with their respective group, let them work on building their respective party. But for this moment of formation, we need a technocrat, someone who is not SPLA, who is not whatever NAS or what, someone who is a technocrat, so that we get to build the foundation. Then from there, let's all come and compete. Whoever get to win, good luck for you. But if you don't get to win, you just accept it. So I guess that is how things.
Let me inject this one here just for teasing. So you are correcting Makwi Malweth that Laysa al-Lobwa fakadat al-Bosla, but SPLA as the party is the one who lost the campus. So just we have to make it clear so that no disrespect to Mama Nyandeng did. Lakin taban, this is the description. I don't know. Makwe was Safabeo, Alobo Afakadat Al Bosla, and that wasn't to South Sudanese TV. It was to an Arabic network. Okay, globally, everybody heard it. So now, thank you for this correction. The SPLM lost the campus, not Alabu Afakadat Al Bosla. This is just, a part that I said we have to make it clear in the record. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yeah, so I don't know Alobode, who is that person, but but what I can say here is, need to be very honest. Especially the time it comes so beautiful, and so many of us, we might be young, some of us, or even we were not there, like me, by the time it was formed. But we can see, it was supported by all South Sudanese from all aspects. And even the formation of it, there was no tribalism there. Had the formation, even Garang himself, he was selected because he was the most influential at that time. His tribe was not a topic. But coming to the time that people are assuming a country, there's some misconception. People think that running a movement in a bush is equal running a country of institution. And those are some of mistakes that our dear SPLA has made, and they still have a chance to to change the narrative if they can really accept that we made a mistake. But if they're still not accepting that way, we will still see a lot of the result of collapse of different systems. To be very, very frank, we need to accept it and we go ahead, because the basic necessity for our people, it's not there for any nation. We don't ask you to take us to Mars, or we don't ask you to give us BMWs, but we just ask a roof on top of our table, security when I go outside, a food in front of me, education. These are what we are lacking to. And so sadly, because when politics is not well installed in a country or in a mind of people, it turned to a tribal politics. And that's why we're seeing in Rumbek. It's not only a Rumbek. This thing even in Torit can happen. It has happened in Torit, even in Yambi, even in Wow. But we don't get to demonize the people of those respective parts, but we demonize that we need a system that can let us know one another. As we're here, we don't know each other. We know that this is Safaratit of Wow, but we really don't know who are they. How do they behave? Because we've been in war. The knowledge that we know is if someone gets lucky to be in those parts, but we need to know each other. This knowledge comes with education. Rumbek, there's so many cases that came from Rumbek, and those should be an alert for our system of government to really look into the issue seriously, invest into education more than investing into other things, into the war that is senseless, into the lobby that is not making sense. So those are some of the things that I really believe, if those who are in a position of power get to listen to conversations that are going on the internet, there are really people of capability that can really help.
Come in. You.
There
What happened? Is that frozen? Oh,
Huh?
sorry. Oh, I thought your network freezed you. No, no, you're
No,
right.
no, 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 no.
Because
Like I
you
want you
stopped
guys,
abruptly.
so like I want you guys to interject so that we can exchange and then give more ideas.
Great.
The
Yep.
podium is yours.
Great. Langalafa, yes, I'm with you with the idea that the whole system is collapsed. We're by saying the whole system is collapsed, we're making it nice. While there was never a system in place anyway, because those who came into the power, they had no idea as to what they were going to do, because you take a look at it from this angle. You know for sure that the people of Southern Sudan, all they have known is sufferings under the Sudan system. Okay? You are leading these people to an independence, which means they're going to become citizens in their own country. What would be the first thing that you have as a priority? To teach them the moment you have the chance. You ensure you teach them to know what being a citizen in a country means, so that they can see the difference between when they were under Sudan and now they are in their own country. That one was missed intentionally, because to teach someone to know what it means to have to be a citizen in a country, and you gotta teach them what is their rights, what are the things that they ought to do or not do. You have to teach them. Automatically, they got to think about they have a right to say something, and to run the country and to do a lot of things. And these are the bits that SPLM made ensured it is not filtered to the people. I can recall in personal talk with prominent members of SPLM when they first started, when we came into independence, as we were during the transitional period and we were coming into independence. One of the things that was there was noticeable was that Radio Omdurman changed. Now the frequency of Radio Omdurman, for those of us who are a little bit older, we know if you want to listen to Omdurman, we know Omdurman in Khartoum or in the North Sudan works 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay? But we can only hear Omdurman early in the morning, زي من الساعة 5 كده لحد 7 it disappeared. And then you'll catch it up again in the evening, late in the evening. So around maybe الساعة 5 في المساء ولا حاجة كده. Sometimes الساعة 4 ولا الساعة 3 بتلتلة. Then you get it, and throughout the night. During transitional period, all of a sudden, Radio Omdurman is all the way to Nimule 24/7. All right? In Nimule, you turn on the radio, you tune into Radio Omdurman. You go into all the villages in South Sudan, Southern Sudan by then, still. You turn up the radio, you will tune to Omdurman. And what was the Sudan doing? Sudan was pushing out messages in Bari, in Balanda, in Lotuka, in Dinka, in whatever, actually, all of these languages that they can manage to grab whoever can speak it, pushing the message out to Southern Sudan, Sudanese, message of unity. Because now we're in transitional period. What did we do? With the Radio SPLM, that was the backbone communication facility for the whole of South Sudan, Southern Sudan by then. All of a sudden, no more Radio SPLM, no more replacement for it. We don't have any messages we are pushing out. No more nothing. No more rallies. Not even the Radio Juba, which was within Juba, and then the few FM that has popped up here and there. There was no public open air rallies to the public to teach them, to let them, to bring them up to the awareness, to raise their awareness as to what being a nationality or a nation or a citizen in a country means. So everything was done intentionally so that we should be in the state where we are today. Okay. So what do you think about that? Did you think SPLM actually intended to be this way? That's why they neglected anything. They're
No.
pretending that they're doing something. They have a system, but they don't have a system.
No, like there's one thing is like, let's give a credit when it's due.
Yeah.
And I always intend not to get to be biased or run political. But like SPLM at the beginning of it, it was so nice and beautiful. The both wing, the military wing, and then the political wing. But like up to the independent, we were all like emotionally supporting them, not like not a support of understanding. Okay, like the moment we get to have our autonomous government in South Sudan by 2005, that was the best time for SPLA to start explaining themselves to people, because like majority of us just like them by the virtue of them being Southerners, but we did not like them because we know their project. Yes, they were opposing the government. The government was like oppressing Southerners in Khartoum, in all parts. But since 2005, that was your proof to show that what is your plan on running a state. Okay, instead of them doing developmental projects with the money that they get, they're starting like giving salaries to cattle. A cow is getting salary, a Buba in a village is getting salary, while those money need to go in a respective places. And that was the beginning of losing the campus. And that's why I say, yeah, Dr. Jangareng, as him being a doctor, okay, I really respect his ideology, okay, but there is two things that I will post. If Jongareng died with his ideology, okay, that is dangerous. And if he gave his ideology to his people and they did not follow, that is even more dangerous. Because a leader is called successful when your successor succeeds. But the moment your successor did not succeed, you cannot be called successful, even though you have all the credentials that like are beautiful in the world. The result of failure of SPLA happened right away since the 30th of August 2005, that death of Jongareng. It happened even like in the time of how can we arrange the funeral. We have seen the differences. Some of us have noticed that, hey, we are going to a disaster from right away. While people were jubilating that, hey, we should vote for a secession. I remember in one of the podiums in Jamaat al-Khartoum, I was in Arkana Siyasiyada. I posed a question and then I say, guys, we are going to that referendum without us knowing what is this SPLA is going to offer for us. We even got shocked by that like one point of like we have a right of separation. We just caught by surprise in 2009. That shows that they were really not, they were handling a country as if like they were still handling a battalion in the army. And that's what caused the failure coming all along. I don't want to demonize one tribe to the other. I know this one may sound bad to many of us who already said their tribe who make a problem in South Sudan. But to be very honest, all of us, with respective of our tribes, if a politics is not installed in a concrete foundation, it turns to tribal. And if some of Equatorians get to say, oh, we are the best, we can lead the country better, remember what happened in Uganda. Idi Amin Dada, our own son, was abusing power. The time of Obote, actually, we were going to Gulu, and they was buying gas and say that it go to our son there. So what I'm trying to say is not to demonize actually or to give a glory to Dinka. I say whenever there's no system, whenever politics is not installed in a concrete foundation, it turns to tribal. And what is that concrete foundation? Is knowledge. And what is that knowledge? Is education. We need to educate our people respectively. If the Dinka that is in Rumbek there is lacking education to understand that the fellow Equatorian or whoever is working there is not a foreigner, And if a Lotuko that is deep into it understood that a Dinka is a brother, then we can work together. But we should not run into that emotional blame. Oh, Dinka are the problem. Oh, wow, are the problem. No, the problem is lack of that system, lack of that foundation. And if you're to see lack of the foundation, it even has turned up to our opposition. If we are to see the SPLA, there's so many of a version of SPLA. There is SPLA React. That SPLA is Nuerization. You see the SPLA Pagan Shulukization. You see the NAS of Shirino is Equatorization. Is this the South Sudan that we want? We don't want to replace system that favor tribe with another system that favor tribes. We need to replace a system with these three pillars. We need a country of institution with divided authority, protected constitution. If you have a country of institution, someone's land cannot be grabbed. If you have a country of institution, someone will not be chased from Rumbek because he's an Equatorian. And if you have a divided authority, a Ministry of Finance will know what they are supposed to do. A local government will know what they're supposed to do. And if we have the protected constitution, it will protect each one of us. The cattle raider, it will protect someone who depends on crops. It will protect just a mere South Sudanese who doesn't want to join any political party. But those three pillars of politics, we are lacking it either in opposition or even in the government. We are lacking those things. And it's our time, us especially who got a chance to be on those platforms, internet. It's our chance to be ambassadors of those values. We don't need to go on social media and start demonizing Dinka, demonizing Equatoria. No, we need to go and demonizing non-education. We need to go and demonizing non-system. And we need to provide how can we all go together. This talk might sound like more like Ranan or emotional, but the best way of it is if we really get to implement it. And let me give you one example of how all of us made it together. This secession of 98.8, it was not the Dinka. Dinka would have not brought this country alone. It was not the Equatorian who claim sometimes that they are the best, not even the Wow who sometimes believe that they are having a longer shoulder. But it was each one of us. Without each one of us, we could have not gotten that secession. Therefore, the best way is we look for these three pillars that I said: country of institution, divided roles, protected constitution. If we get to have this one in our country, and even in our hearts, okay, we will deal way better with each one of us. So those are the things that I can share with your viewers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Lafalanga. We have our regular contributor, Brother Majak, is in the house. But before I pass the podium to Majak, I want to say this. I am kind of in line, in agreement with you, Brother Langalafa. You put it very well. But I will go back to this, what we call it, the foreign party, or sometimes I call it the Oye regime. They fail to write their own literature because كل ثورة عنده أدبياته. Okay, and this is where it will teach can rebels, سياسيين ولا قياديين or whatever, what is their vision and mission, and to prepare them. Okay, أدبيات الثورة ده لأنه بيثقفهم بيعلمهم ذات what is corruption. Okay, and what are the form of corruption. Okay, زي ما أنت قلت لما بقر بيدوه ما هي ما that's it. Okay, because الثورة مفروض إنه to start dealing within the mishandling or abuse of power within its institution. Okay, قبل ما إنه الشعب أو النظام يحكمه. لأنه أنت ودو حزب مفروض إنه
يعلموك انواع بتاعت الكوربشن، انواع بتاعت الفساد ده شنو؟ فساد مالي، فساد اجتماعي، فساد اقتصادي، فساد اخلاقي وما شابه ذلك. البانشمنت within your institutions within the party itself بيكون شنو؟ اوكي؟ قبل ما انه العامة يحاسبوك، لكن because SPLA fail على اساس انه to have مدرسة بتاعت انه يجهز القادر بتاعه، جو جعانين. اوكي؟ زي زول العطشان working for 2 days without access to water. When they come to the stream, what they do? بكو وقفوا مويه بدا يشرب. It will kill them. That is why, you know, it happened. But you have to submerge yourself into the water. You know, let your body expect it gradually. Oh, there is a water here, but not right. You know, you will die. So, Brother Majak, you have been following the conversation. What is your take? Because we should be wrapping up very soon here. Maximum, we want to do 4 hours. So that not to get monotonous, and we appreciate everybody who have been following with us. So, inta tabat al kalam, Brother Majak, and you know, I believe you have a perspective. But before you come in, by the way, there is a good news. Ma Salatin bita Junub Sudan nagas sadat zawaj bita bagar la 30 bagar, and this is something to talk about it for ZööMTV, sir. Yeah.
13 bagar.
So, huh?
13 bagar.
Yeah.
That what I've been talking about it.
Yeah.
One end there نجزء زار 15.
شوية
برا little bit
من 300 ل 30. that is a big move. Yeah.
عشان كده أنا قاعد أتكلم كل ما يوم أي جنب تا جنوب لازم يعرس. أكان بدفع جداد يدفع 30 بقر، أكان بدفع 500 بقر يدفع 30 بقر. نحن ماشيين شوية ده نعمل الله. أنا شغال فيه.
Right.
Because it's expecting me يعني الكلام ده ضراني لأولادي وضراني لبناتي. عندي بناتي يارسون وعندي أولادي يارسون. أنا بخش في موضوع بتاع الدكتور. Appreciate Doctor, you came today. نورت البلد. أنا لما كنت صغير عمري كان 5 سنة. أنا بخش محل بتاع ناس كبار all time. أنا بحب محل بتاع ناس كبار. أنا بقول معهم طوال. لأنه لما تسمع من ناس الكبار أنت تتعلم حاجة. كفا دكتور الكان جا قبل أستاذنا الكبير الكان جا قبل ده جبته في الشو ده، أنا علمت منه حاجات. علمت منه حاجات against him، علمت حاجات من against us، وأنا علمت حاجات positive and negative. So I like that. That's why I like, you know, نمشي لناس الكبار all the time. أنا كتبت كلام قبل، أنا قلت how we gonna be unite. زول ده علم ناس كتير، هو قال قبل علم ناس كتير how we gonna be unite right now. They know he didn't bring the good answer. And then مواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان I still asking him. مواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان all بدور anyanya 1, anyanya 2, anyanya 3, anyanya 4, anyanya 5. Yala anyanya 20 la nazimi jagdela begin anyanya 20 now. How we going to fix it? South Sudan needs a citizen to be civilized, safety. they can live their life any corner of South Sudan. And he was headquarters. He was there. He know everything, like what he said. Why you don't close that window? The big breathing, bad breathing coming in to your South Sudanese window is coming in, is often breathing. La riha often jamming window. You don't try to close that door. And that الحاجة أننا قاعد نشوفها هسه أننا المواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان قاعد نشوفها كلنا. لكن الناس متعلمين زمان، الدكاترة بتاعنا زمان، ناس أبلير، ناس جونجران، ناس هو يعني من ضمن هو كان قاعد هناك خلنا الريحة ده، والريحة ده قاعد نشوفها هسه حتى بيقتلوا ليالنا وأننا ميتين وما لنا أمني وما لنا أي حاجة. That's what I try to talk about it right now. So, أنا مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان، أنا ما عندي party في جنوب السودان. I hate anybody. Politician بتاع جنوب السودان, I hate them. Priority, I like it in South Sudan. Who gonna bring the peace? It's not a peace like يعني لما في Juba. ورا لما في نادا وطبعا عندهم بيس. السياسيين دول عندهم بيس، حرامي دول يكونوا عندهم بيس، قاعدين في جوبا بياكلوا. لكن بيس بتاع مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان where is it؟ أنا بسأل دكتور how you gonna find that one peace بتاع مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان؟ How we gonna get it? We're not peaceful. We are a citizen of South Sudan. We are not peaceful. But they are politicians, they have peace in Juba. They say they're where they were, J1 or J2 or J3, I don't know. They're good. They agree with them, they agree, and they get the resource, and they eat together, and they are okay. They kill each other. Somebody kill me 100, and somebody kill me 100. They are okay now. But we are South Sudanese citizens. When we gonna have peace? And thank you very much, and give other chance. If you have question, give me a question.
Thank you. Just before we let you go, Brother Dominic got a question. I believe this question is directed to you. You know, what is a good unity in from your perspective, just to put it politely? Machar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, الوحدة الكويس ده في وجهة نظرك يعني شكله بيكون كيف؟ مع دكتور he made himself clear على أساس إنه الزول اللي قاعد يسبب مشاكل بلابل بين الناس بتاع جنوب السودان ده هو النظام اللي في جوبا. اوكي، اللي انت سميتهم حراميه، سميتهم مجرمين، الكلام ده كله. لكن لو اذا النظام ده مشى، لانه الوحده اساسا كان موجود في وسط الجنوبين، so الوحده ده automatically will restore itself and is supported بانه بعد كده بيكون في دوله بتاع مؤسسات، لانه الحاصل في جوبا دنيا كامه. اوكي، you know,
we call it niggas. That is gang. That is niggas.
Yeah, باكل قروش بتاع بترول برام، يا بيمشوا في دبي يقسموا قروش وبعد كده يدقوا بعضهم حكات، you know، لحد ما انه بقلع سنون ذاته. So the gangs. لكن what is في وجهة نظرك اليونيتي الكويس ده، you know، شكله كيف يعني how we can work
yeah, for me, my brother Kirkoye, for me, Anamijak, my opinion, I think South Sudan, they don't have the problem the other yal tani biji kalamu begabilia. Yani you generalize another gabilia. Let me give it to you straight. Ana Denka, when you come to say hukumu Dr. Denka, the Denka ya amal kida, even me, I am against the government of Denka till God will still kira who Denka, like I am against them because he didn't provide the what I need more than Sudan he needs. But when you say Denka or whatever, I'm gonna look at you, okay. You go that way? Okay, let's go. Go for it.
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna support you no more.
But Majak, you know very
Because
well.
you generalize me, even I am against that government and I didn't I am against it. And you come to generalize me, my tribe, that is full stop. That is called red line. So here I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, but
That's why
Majak,
South Sudan is suffering today.
hold on,
If
hold on, Majak.
anybody talking good and didn't generalize, blame Silva Kiir, whatever, who is there, Silva Kiir is gonna go. And we can change it. But how we gonna change it? That is the question. How we gonna change it? Fight? Take them by force or safely or whatever? We need to find out that too. All this is a problem in South Sudan right now. Yeah, Nas Kalam Saket, how we gonna take this guy and who gonna bring it in and who gonna be safely and how we gonna do this? That is all this is problem is going on right now. Like in a lot of people they just like everywhere. Denka, amalda denka, yao denka. We sick with that. Even I am against the government.
Majak, hold
Even
it.
Denka,
Hold it.
he's the president of he's who Denkawi.
Hold
Silva
it.
Kiir.
Hold it. Majak, hold it.
75% Denka against him. But you guys don't give them a chance. Every Gabila don't give the Denka who against Silva Kiir. You don't. You just generalize. Like you come just generalize me to my house with my family. That is all. So we need to stop that. And let's go forward to Silva Kiir. We can kick them out. Silva Kiir is easy to go. Easy.
Yeah.
But you need your brother Nuer, you need your brother Katoria, you need your brother Garwazal, you need your brother Denka, you need your brother Shiluk. You need all we to unite and go forward. But when you kick me out and say we're going to bring those, we're going to kick him out by ourselves, and this guy is not going to come, I think you're not going to go do it. They're going to shut up, and they're going to see you. Go ahead, do it. You're not going to do none.
Thank you, Majak. We appreciate your perspective, and we have our own way in Zoom how we address those issues. We never claim it is a specific tribe, and we are against generalization. This is our position. We made it clear from the very beginning, and we continue to advocate for it. When we call Sarfakir Alibaba and his friends, Alibaba or Lusus, that include Waniga, include Nyandeng, include Riek Machar, include Rizik Zakaria.
Exactly.
So this is our principle. But just listen, when we allow somebody to come and give their perspective, we have to listen to them. We correct them. You know, this message will bring more division when you start generalizing or, you know, putting one
tribe or one group or one region in a bottle. So let us call them however we want to call them. And at ZööMTV, we describe them as the foreign party because their name, whatever they do, their investment, everything is, it goes somewhere. It goes, in the neighboring country, in Western Hemisphere. But it is a good conversation. I will give you 2 minutes if you have a final message with regard to the issue of education. What is your recommendation? What can we do to enhance النظام بتاع تعليم في جنوب السودان لأنه ده التوبيك الأساسي لكن مرتبط بأشياء تانية because we will be wrapping up very quickly here to do our recap. We have somebody in the studio, but Uncle Bambo is back in here. So if you have a 2 minutes to give your final thought, but I think you took Dr. Bambo message out of its content a little bit because he said this regime is bad, it must go. And if this regime is gone, then unity of Junubin will restore itself because this regime is the one doing the demagoguing. And even not within the Dinka against other tribes of South Sudan, they go into clan. And we know very well family with Allende بشكل ما family بتاع Salva Kiir. And a couple of days ago, there is about 15 or 17 people were killed. Okay? لأنه الجانب بتاع family بتاع Salva Kiir, they are well equipped بأصلها and everything. So that is something we know.
Yeah, shukran jazilan Karkuji. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up a little bit. And my point in South Sudan, and more than Sudan. What I need from government, security of Morton Sudan. Like they fail. Salva Kiir fell before Riek Machar come in. I mean, they fail before they fight each other. Before they fight each other. Riek Machar can naib, Wanega can naib, Tani or whatever, can together before 13, before 12, or before whatever. Like they fail in terms of security in South Sudan. A Juba can nas bubulu fi inaira, bubulu bejiradil, fi juwal hosh tak. Ayi Madina Kabir ta Junub Sudan can nas bubulu. Yani zol mabuk darim chibra, but tugug batalga, anan gunman. Can fi before they fertago. Before amana mashakal. Laman amana mashakal, baga akbar kire. Yala motan ta Junub Sudan betfa ataman. Whether it's a Denka, whether it's a Nuer, whether it's a min Gharbar Ghazal, whether it's a Fertit, whether it's a Zandi, or Balanda, or whatever, or Shuluk, or Latuka, you pay that price. Lamani Fatigu fi J1 Tamda, we pay price. We are more than South Sudan. We pay. Yala indana intellectual المثقفين بتاعنا قاعدين دكاترة زي دكتور كبير كان بيتكلم why we don't solve this stuff from beginning. مواطنين بتاعنا يا ميتين أنا هسه ميتين عيال بتاعي ميتين أنا ميت أبوي بتاعي ميت ومن ميت same thing to you Karkuji, same thing to everybody. أنا ميتين تمشي ظهر البيت بتاعك عشان تزرع عليه خضره بمشي تقوق كك انت ميت عشان تزرع لك الملاخمبو امين ويك ساكت ولا تزرع لك اي حاجه بمشي يضربوك كوك يقتلوك تزرع لك ايش ولا بقولوا شنو بضربوك كوك في ظهر البيت بتاعك في اي كورنر بتاع جنوب السودان. يلا بقولوا حكومة في حكومة hukumu wenu
Yeah,
بروجة بترول بنتهي في جيوبهم في ما بخش في جوبا زار بنتهي في جيوب هناك ما بيصيروا فيه.
Thank you, Majak.
يا هو حجار الماشي في جنوب السودان كفانا هنا داير نشوف اننا بتاع مواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان. We don't need to criticize ourselves. ده قبيلة كده. We need to unite so we can kick them out.
No.
Everybody tired of them. Everybody tired of them.
Yeah, Majak.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, because we are not here to criticize Ayi Gabila, but it is a collective responsibility. We appreciate your time. Doctor is back. Sister Rita, you can come in. The link is here to bring your perspective before we wrap it up. But Doctor, Brother Majak is here. Maybe you have been listening. Nadik Fursa Kaman al Assassin, you can clear a few things. Maybe, you know, he misunderstood you a little bit, but we are here to disagree, to agree. But your message was very clear, and maybe if you can break it down, use a little bit, you know, simple terminology, so that this message should not create any confusion. But your voice was clear. Come in, please, Doctor. Unmute yourself. Yeah, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You can hear me now? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kurkuju, again, and thank Mr. Makwach. Is it Makwach?
Majak.
Majak, yeah. You know what Majak has said? We don't have difference with Majak. Maybe it is just a point of misunderstanding some points. But yeah. Majak has said everything clearly, and I think he concurred with what I have said, because you have asked me about unity among people in South Sudan. And I said there is unity actually among South Sudanese since something immemorial, since before. There was nothing between all the tribes in Juba, Balakal, and all. And especially when I was in Rumbek, when I came to Mdurman the first time for me to meet many people from Shuluk, I didn't know. And then even the Nuer, you know, people in war, we don't know the Nuer. And then that was the time, even Anuak, these are the tribes I came to Rumbek to find, Anuak. And then all this we're all in Rumbek, and we're all united. And if the television comes up and there was something coming said in Arabic or something, we close the television immediately, and then we say, go, this is Arabic thing, we don't want to hear it. We were united. And to me, in Barkazal, when the schools were closed in the South Sudan, as I said, the schools were reopened again in the districts, and I happened to go to Yorul. Imagine, I'm 14 years old to go to Europe, and then if it is now, do you think I will come alive? And I was Yorul there with the Dinka students. I remember they are there. They know me. I was there in Yorul. They were happy. We stayed in Yorul until the time when 64, when the coup, or what they call the death of Nas Clement Boro came again. And then the schools again were closed in Europe, and I came back to Wow. I was in Europe with the Dinka guys, and we were happy. Nothing. We are united. So I can say there is no difference between people in South Sudan. The regime is the one creating this problem so that to stabilize, to keep them. You can hear now the Taposa and the Boya, the Munu are killing themselves in Eastern Equatoria. You can hear the Nuer the Murle, the Dinka are killing themselves in Bor. They tried in Western Baragazal. They tried to give money to our people in Western Baragazal, but the people in Western Baragazal made a promise that they will not show a gun to one another. There are people there who are given money so that they can do that. But people say, if you bring your money, eat it. But if you come with it to us, we will not even accept you. To the extent that even some people are put on the native songs. Their names are there. Nobody can doubt that. So that to indicate that people of Western Marikazal are united. And we want the same unity to be among the other people. So the government is the one creating the friction between us so that we kill one another and they remain in power. Just like when I told you that somebody in Juba said we are in the first class citizens and we, as usual, we are enjoying. There is nothing. Juba is normal, good. There is beer, there's everything in the bars or in the hotels. Imagine. So we don't differ with you, Mr. Mayak. I just want to say, if this government, you see that this government is collapsing, unity is immediately being welcomed upon the people of South Sudan. Just the same question that they posed that about the boarding school. Boarding school will not function because of this difficulty. Now, if the government goes away, the boarding schools will open because people will be united, people will understand one another, and people will live in harmony. But this government is creating the friction, creating the gap so that you are to kill one another, and there is a non-gunman, and there is everybody there. So people are living in fear, as you said. People are using the baskets. Using the bucket to pee in their rooms, and then in the morning they pour it out that nobody can come out. Is this how this is where we get the independence? No, we didn't get the independence to pee in our buckets and then pour it out in the morning. We get independence to be free. So it is not that now we got the independence, but the people, the neighboring or the people around us are the one enjoying our independence. But believe me, somebody said something before about Rumbek and about the mango or something like this. The same thing is happening in Uganda. And I'm sure, I'm just giving a hint to our brothers who have completely forgotten about South Sudan, and they are building mansion in Uganda. Mr. Besenji, the politician or the opposition leader in Uganda said, if he gets into power, one day South Sudanese will leave Uganda in 1 minute. So the same thing that happened to this man, that we have taken our land, but you go get something for your mango tree, which is planted there. One Ugandan minister said, we have the land, please, if this is your house, take the house and go with it to South Sudan. Can you take your house and go with it to South Sudan? Because we don't have everything, but the land, leave it for us. Is it possible for you to take the house to go to South Sudan? No, but this is the faith of the South Sudanese who have forgotten themselves, and then they build mansion in Uganda, including Mr. Salva Kiir. He will take the house in Karen, the suburb of Nairobi. That house there will go, because the Kenyans, they are going to do the same thing. They know that we are stupid. You cannot build a mansion. You go and build. Why don't you go and build a mansion like this in Akon, and you go and build it in Karen, in Kenya? This is something ridiculous. So, Mr. Majak, we didn't differ with you, my friend. Unless you have something different, I don't differ with you. You are a right man. You have said the right thing, and we are united, and we will be united in power, in everything, except that we're waiting for this government to collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bambu, for that reiteration answer to Brother Majak. Brother Majak, I'm going to have to let you go because I've got two other people in the studio and our time is really running down fast. We appreciate the fact that you came to the studio this week, and we hope to see you next week on another topic. With Brother Peter Lawrence, you are here. You've been listening since we started early. I don't need to introduce you to anything here. Please come in with your statement or what you want to say. And if you have a question also as well, you can put it to Dr. Bambu.
First of all, thank you so much, Grikojo, Brother Nderenda, and my elder brother, Dr. Bambo. And I would like to greet also the viewers. Actually, I'm so excited today because of the topic that you guys brought up. And I'm really excited also to join and to add my voice to what Dr. Bambo has pointed out. I just want to jump to the point right away because I think you guys are running out of time. About unity, that I think Dr. Bambo has mentioned. And also, I think one of the viewers was asking a question, and I believe it was Majak, that how do we bring unity among us? I think unity is always there among us as a South Sudanese. And I can remember vividly my dad, my late dad, he used to work in Nyamlel. He was a teacher in Nyamlel. And he worked in Gogrial. And he worked also in, Awil. Back then, I wasn't born. Even Zakaria was born in Awil. And even the Dinka people, they name him, Deng Machar, and I believe there was no any, disunity among people. Otherwise, my dad would, wouldn't been working there. Like Dr. Bambo himself. I came to know Dr. Bambo since 1991, when he came to WOW as a young graduate, from Enshams. And Dr. Bambo was a simple of, us to come, to go to medical school, because we used to imitate him. That hey, like Dr. Bulus right now in WOW, he will say, hey, you know what? Let us walk like Dr. Bambo. Let us be like Dr. Bambo. Let's go to school, to medical school, to be like Dr. Bambo. And so I just don't want to go, out of the topic. But what I would like to say here is unity is always there among us as people in Western Bahr el Ghazal, or among us as, South Sudanese in general, because we didn't have any segregation. And the unity will be effective. Will be always among us, as Dr. Bambo pointed out, that if this regime is out of the power. Because this regime is the one causing, this unity among us. So I'm going to stop here. And if you guys have any question that I can, I think this is a little 50 cents that I would like to contribute and add my voice to what Dr. Bambo has said. Thank you.
بس عايز أقول حاجة شوية. افتكر ده السبب إنه أنت كنت زمان اشتريت جزمة السفينة عشان الدكتور بامبو كان جوب جزم سفينة من مصر. ده أو سبب. So you are just copy cutter. Good to know, Peter.
دكتور بامبو هو بالمناسبة مثيل زول ده شغله بالنسبة لنا كان في وسترن بار الغزال في زمن هو جاء. وين كان زمن داك أنا كنت في سنة 5 ابتدائي كويس. ويمكن دكتور بولس اللي هو حاليا اللي هو اخصائي النساء والتوليد في واو، هو دكتور بامبو ده خلاه هو بقى اخصائي لفكره كويس. دكتور بامبو هو رسله اسم شنو ليوغندا ومشى حضر الاخصائيه بتاعه. If it wasn't Dr. Bambo, he wouldn't be an اخصائي بالليله. ما لازم ندي كريدت لزول يا جماعه، نديه حقوقه. So this is the reality. دكتور بامبو not only رسل دكتور بولس اللي هو اخوي الصغير الثالث بوراي. دكتور بامبو درس زكريا اللي عنده PhD هسه حاليا في بريطانيا. So دكتور بامبو has an impact on us. دكتور بامبو عمل كم عمليه في واو في زمن بتاعه.
بيتر اقعد بالراحه. There is something been planned, been cooked على اساس انه to have a special show to recognize Dr. Bambo. So معلوم انت عايز تبيك فيلم لناس تذكر محاسن بتاع دكتور بامبو كل النهارده
لما يجي اليوم الحقيقي انت هتقول شنو تاني؟
لا هو في التنس بتاعه لسه ده
يا
في مجموعه كبير. انا عندي بالمناسبه هنا يعني بيقول له شنو ملف يعني كامل.
كويس
يس
كويس. زود تانيين في راسه لانه الحاجه البطال عندنا جنوبيين too bad we recognize somebody we commemorate them بعد ما يمشوا. لكن دكتور بامبو is still in a very good shape with a lot of energy. Yahoo, he's challenging us tonight. He's sitting here with us for the good 4 hours. We will be wrapping it together. So let us leave those beautiful things so that when that night comes, it is going to be Dr. Bambo night. We talk about him. We can try to bring some of his colleague people that they know him to bring their perspective. لكن انت شفت دكتور بامبو بس ماشي بجزمة السفينة وده في مستشفى وتكيفتها so start copying him without understanding the too much. فانا وانا عرفت copy اللي انت كنت قاعد تعمله whom you are imitating. So that is something very positive. So good to know. Daniel,
thank you.
Take it so that we have to give the floor to Sister Rita. Welcome her. Always she got her own perspective. In a different way.
Yeah, in a different way. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing up this education issue. It's really something very, I really been intrigued. Thank you, Dr. Bambo, for the historical background about how schools in West Equatoria, now Western Bahr al-Ghazal, now I know things about that. I know about the areas and about how the elementary schools, how it goes. And it's quite... it's good about knowing those kind of history part of because those sorry to say, but it's this generation of Rumbek graduates as the one ruling now South Sudan, and they are messing up South Sudan. So good to know some of the also good aspect of it, how it started, how the scholarship from Egypt, when it started, those kind of things. It's really entreating us, maybe the other generation, to know about it and to tell about it. And that's a very good perspective. Thank you for Zoom for highlighting that, because it's very essential and very important. And part of our nationality is to know that kind of things, because without those perspectives, knowing about that part, very important part of education, we are not going to be a nation. So nation comes with education, with the establishment, the foundation of those education, how is it started, how is going about. I'm grateful. I'm really grateful, and I'm so happy for enlightening that. And I know we are running out of the time. I'm just going to highlight the other aspects. Thanks for the others who are participating, Peter Lawrence and Majak. And the question of when we're going to be united, we're going to be united when everyone who been accounted for killing his brother have to be brought to court and be asked, and have to ask forgiveness. That's when everyone will unite it, for me and for other people, because we have gone through a lot and we keep going through a lot from a consequence of individuals who are messed up our life. So we need to put things in correct perspective so our next generation will go in a right way. That's one thing. And the other thing is about education in South Sudan. Is really one of the perspectives to highlight what is the future for it, how to go forward. If education is the basic for everything, for values, for development, for everything. So if we didn't set it properly, like we used to have, we notice now that church schools are not there anymore. It's very few church schools in South Sudan. And we have to ask why. And we have to say why it doesn't continue in this very hard time. We know that they have continued during the other wars that we have, but why now is very few schools that been supported by churches. We know that there is fundraising, there is things like that, but still we need those schools because they are very essential part of the history of education in South Sudan. So, and also we want to encourage the foundational school for early education, because we have kids who start school when they are 8 and 9 and 10. And thanks for Dr. Bambo remind of the history that people have to stay maybe 3 years without a school. People gone through a lot. They go to school, maybe they go to university when they are 23 or 22. And we lucky, maybe we graduated from university when we are 23. But there is people who really in South Sudan go to school when they are 10, when they are 15. And that's shameful. And we have to encourage early education for kids at 5 at least to be in school, because our kids are awesome. They are clever. They talk in 1 year. That's very natural for them. So we have to give that boots, that we have to give that early education for our child to be their rights, not a privilege, to be their rights. And thank you for that. And I'm just keeping that because I know that we have time for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sister Rita, or let me call you the way how you are
Uncle Rita.
Uncle Rita. Yeah.
You strip me from my feminism.
That is okay. Yeah, you know. Mine talab is tagia bata Janub Sudan kullu, so you don't have to limit it yourself with feminism, right?
Yes,
unless if there is a rebellion going on, Zema Dr. Bambo Gal Gebel, there is a rebellion, feminism rebellion, you know. Yeah.
I have to just keep my title a woman, I have to be.
That is one of the strong recommendation, the early child education, and even you know, I can go back to Biden administration. They felt that the American kids are delinquishing. They are kind of behind. They are not as smart as the Japanese or the other nation, especially in the Scandinavia. So they are considering adding 4 years before going to university, 2 years early before going to school, and then another 2 years after finishing high school. So can you see where our people, okay, if the American, roughly they are thinking about 16 years of education prior to you go to high institution or you go to university. So how much we are learning. So
that's a strategic development.
I think it makes a lot of difference, because our uncle here, Dr. Bambo, he had a chance to go to that preschool, and he learned a little bit, and then he went through all this process. So maybe it helped him, it enhanced him so that to be a little bit ahead than his crew. And this is whereby, or his colleague or his peers. So it is very crucial that we encourage early education, but also part of the strategic, even in those Western Hemisphere, I don't call them first world country because they just project themselves up there. What they decide to do, first of all, they improve. And this is part of UNICEF recommendation in most of the African country. Let us provide food. Let us provide breakfast in the school. Therefore, it will encourage parents because there is free nutrition. So if the child now, the child get a bonus when you go to school, في فطور, okay? في لبن. Sometimes before the end of the school day, there is a snack, you know. And since they don't have access to those privileges at home, ما فطور في هناك, okay? And let me tell you this. I went to school 1977, okay, في مدرسة بونغو. This breakfast, asida بتاع بمولا كومبو بسموه asida بانكاج ده, لما بيجي سافاتور ده ياكي شكلها في راسه ذاته, you know, like شكلها في راس الاسيده ده. So انت بتقول الحمد لله سياده وشكله في راسه, you don't have to be part of it, okay? So when you think about it, the starvation اللي انه حاصل في جنوب السودان, لو اذا مدارس دلوقتي start to offer breakfast, ما في جانا بكون في الشارع, حتى بتاع الشارع it will encourage them على اساس انه to go to school, لانه في جمعة موجود هناك, you know. بقى في شوية يونيفورم بيقسموا, في صابون بيوزعوا, then this is how we encourage. And UNICEF did it very well. I witnessed it in Raja. I saw بنات في elementary school and middle school, they offer them a special bonus. بيدوم قروش على أساس إنه they can help themselves, and specifically even to provide الفوات الصحية. لأنه ده مشكلة كبير في جنوب السودان. It hinders girls from not to go to school. Okay? Families, they cannot afford it. Albeit, we calculate it, we talk about it in Western Barrel Kazal TV. Albeit, before كل شهر ممكن إنه 4 أيام ما بمشي مدرسة. Because of this simple thing, there is no access to pad. So, a part of it, it is a good recommendation. Early education, and also let us offer nutrition. The madrasa to encourage kids. Also, mas'alatino mudarris kashkul, you know, ma nas bambo, they went alomom kefin of baktarida kefin madrasas. Lakin في النهاية إنه بقى أستاذ لما بيرجع ده شغل كسلان. Oh, I am good at geography, class, you know. He's capable to teach English, to teach literature, to teach history, لكنه أبابس, okay? يعني مثلا أستاذ كباكا, when he used to teach America, geography بتاع أمريكتين, when he talk about the Rocky Mountains, like somebody who had visited Rocky Mountains, okay? He talk about them, he talk about Jibal Himalaya, like he have been there. So, ده مشكلة. We need to assess and evaluate and to see what is the best we can bring it into the system. Brother, Uncle Bambo is our main guest tonight. Ana Bob Dabatrud Nas in the studio, and the faster person I can kick him out of the studio will be my nephew here, Brother Peter Lawrence. We will give you your 3 minutes. You give your final thought. What is your recommendation? احنا اتكلمنا في تعليم, we touch it, we contrast it, okay? But what is your recommendation that we can add so that we start wrapping it up? Your 3 minutes is starting right now, and then we go to Sister Rita, and then we give the final message to Uncle Bambo. Then we can do our closing argument. Peter, the podium is yours. The 3 minutes start right now.
Unmute yourself, man.
Okay, thank you. أنا عاوز أقول إنه التعليم هو العمود الفقري. يعني or I can say, education is the key to everything. because education can unlock, everything on our way. And we, as you mentioned, Brother Grikujo, that we need to encourage the early childhood and education. And also, we look forward, for this regime, to go. I mean,
that was Sister Rita's recommendation. Actually, just elaborate more. Give her the credit.
Okay, okay. And we look forward also, for this regime, to step down or to go away, so that peace and settlement can come to our country, so that we can be united, and then education can be be facilitated to every people of the nation of South Sudan. Thank you so much.
Oh, that is precise, man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sister Rita.
Yes, thank you.
You came in a little bit late. I will Anabadik Balsa Shoya. I will give you 4 minutes because Peter finished in less than in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for our uncle, Dr. Buma, and I'm really, really intrigued by today, and I'm thankful that we brought this topic, and we're gonna bring it again and again and again, because South Sudan is not yet online with education. It's not yet in line with education. It's many things. Education is one of the expensive things that South Sudan have it. So schools are now, you have to pay for it. Even government school, you have to pay for it. And we have also teachers who are coming from Uganda, and we're getting fewer people from South Sudan. All of these are issues that education have to be in line. And South Sudanese people here in social media or anywhere have to talk about it in media in a proper way. I know they are eliminating it, the government is ignoring it, and also they are there is schools like Ibe School in Western Equatoria that's been established by some of funders in Britain, but still they are really have open way that they want to open another school, but it's with the government doesn't have even a proper unified curriculum for the schools. It's a problem. So it's really big issue, and it's really, if we dig deep, we find South Sudanese Ministry of Education. They are saying they are working hard, but it's still there is many things. Many things have to be covered in a better way, and have to have really systematic things to do. And one of them, like free education for early childhood education. And that should be a right for every child, get to nursery and reception free. And government have to support that, because that's how you build nation. If you have no hand to build a nation, doing nothing towards your people, what kind of things you're saying building nation? I can see the theme and more and the theme say everywhere in every ministry, but where is the building nation actually? It should be in education. Building nation or building establishment have to be start with those education in the preschools, how they're going to establish unified curriculum, how to be supported by UNICEF, as you said, Brother Kurkuju, because they have the material. And that's how China get developed, because everything is already established. There is systems established. We can pick what system we want, and then we can go ahead with it. It's just the mess that the government is into. They are having no clear vision, no clear understanding, no strategy being put in place. So those kind of things need to be really, really plan for it properly before starting anything, and that's so that everything can go smoothly and rightfully. Even the submission is a problem in South Sudan for universities. You can see from secondary school you go to university, there is a submission criteria, but you can see there is many universities. Sometimes other tribes are not access to it. And let me tell frankly, like John getting technology for technology or something, that's not everyone can go into it. That's depriving people, and that's dividing people. And exactly that's the case that people have to talk about it frankly, and people feel sensitive about it. No, don't be sensitive. You're depriving some groups, and there is things happening in
Thank
South
you.
Sudan. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, as I believe this subject needed to be revisited, but what we will do, we have to bring people within the Ministry of Education, within the institution itself, so that we can think with them. Or what do you think, Brother Nderinda?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not gonna be around the corner here right away, but we are taking our notes. We will revisit, bring more people so that we can, look into depths. So conversation will continue. Uncle Rita, come back again. ZööMTV is home to be.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Uncle Bambo. معناه الحاجات ذاته بقى يظبط يعني في النهاية إنه like at the end of the show the camera ظبط تمام كده يعني you look like the anchor of the show, somebody who is on main network on CNN ولا BBC TV ولا حاجة بالشكل ده. So now يعني الحاجة دي ظبط. So ما دارينك تكون بدأ كل يومين يجيبوك في تلفزيون، لكن we look forward على أساس إنه لما يكون في topic من المادة الثقيل ذاته we have to bring you in يعني. But الوضع you set the camera there, it is perfect. That's it. And conversation will continue. Your contribution is historic. لأنه في قصص اللي أنت حكيته هنا God forbid ما هو موت is around the corner. But generation and generation they never would have heard it if not because of you came in and you decide to share this story and you reference so many names. I know we start to know few, and there is people from all region of South Sudan. They attest to it. We are lucky. احنا ما محتاجين انه نشتري لنا كبير لانه عندنا كبير موجود already يعني. So our history are not written. Okay. And في محطة من محطات يمكن we learn a little bit to have a diary to write. But honestly I am not doing it anymore. لكن في مرحلة من مراحل معين still I have some. Okay. But now we are not doing it. So this history ممكن إنه يودر. But it is a good idea to share it, to tell it. Indirect, we can digitalize it. لو إذا عيال عايزين يمشوا يفتشوا history بتاع بابا بدأ من وين، ما it is مادة موجود سهل يعني. You don't have to share it with the kids. They can go to ZööMTV YouTube, how you start your education and so forth. Well appreciated. May God continue to enlighten you, to give you the wisdom so that you share it with the younger generation. Brother Ndirinda may have few couple words, want to compliment you before we give you the floor so that you give your final thought, and we have to start wrapping it up. But the message is well received, and we appreciate the level of your endurance as well. يعني وقتها منتصف ليل عندك بعد منتصف ليل, and
you decide to be here because you felt that this is, you are obliged to do it for generation and generation to come. Derinda, come in. If you have a final message to Uncle Bambo before we let him.
Yeah, but I think the only thing I want to say is you've mentioned part of it. Is Uncle, from here onward, anytime you come to any show, use that laptop. Don't use the phone, because I know you used the phone earlier. Use the laptop. It's more versatile, and it gives the full image that we want. Because if people, a lot of our viewers watch this show on their big screen TV, so it is like a normal TV channel. So that's the one that I want to say. And of course, like all the viewers here, personally, I've learned a lot from my histories. Some of the things that I was not there, so I got to hear it from you, and that's great. If anything, it has enhanced my understanding of some of the things that were back there. And of course, like I mentioned earlier during the show, that now that you've come to ZööMTV with the energy that I've seen you've exhibited, yes, I want to add my voice to what Grikuju have also said, that there are some topics that we will need you, and when we leave a message for you or call you even in the middle of the night, just know we are after you for something so big. It's not just to bring you to give you. Of course, you will come here, you'll find Junubin Tanin will make noise for you, but that don't worry, we will be the one handling those ones. If it is too much, we will be the one to denoise it. So once more time, if you go, please don't say, okay, I've had enough with ZööMTV. I've been there with them for 4 hours and I'm not coming back any sooner. So please, always you're welcome to be our guest. And even if you dream of something that you want to say, we are a phone call away from you. Discuss it with us. We might find a way of how to bring it about. So you can make your final submission. That'll be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is nice of you to make this conclusion. And it is good that your viewers has stay long all to wait to hear the last statement. In fact, I would like to thank all the viewers this night who have stayed all awake to hear what we have discussed about education. As people put it, education is the key. And thank you, Kirikuju and Nderinda, for have called me and then to have respected me and have recognized me as an elder and somebody who is in the community. I'm surprised to hear from Kirikuju that in 77, when he was entering in the primary school in Juba, in Tonj, that was the time I was in the final year in medical school. So getting out, I graduated in 79 from Enshams University. So Peter made it to be 91 that I was in war. No, I came in 81. That's a correction, a little bit. 81, I came with Dr. Michael and Dr. Yata, Dr. Ambrose, Dr. Rafael Mauyen, Dr. Luca Yell, Dr. Andrew Akon, Dr. Mashbulin. These are all, I remember all my people, my colleagues. And we went and we dispersed all. Ambrose went to Yorol, Yata went to Rumbek, Samuel Mayak went to Will, and I remained in Wow. Michael Beni went to Raja. So we satisfied the whole of South Sudan. Doctors were not killed. Doctors were doing their job. See? So everybody was happy, because if you come to Wow and I find you are with this disease, I will treat you. To the extent that some officials were telling me, you refer my wife to Juba, to Khartoum. With what? With appendix. I said, shame on you. Do you want my people in Khartoum there to say, Archangel referred appendix case to Khartoum?
Khartoum?
No, my friend, I will not do that. You have to operate on our wife here, whether you like it or not. So I did that, and the person is now surviving. He is now living. He's living. He knows it. If he is attending this show, he can hear it in Juba. So these are some of the pride we have. And when we came as a young, energetic doctors, and really we did a job. We did a job with the little things that were there, and we were proud that our people received us, and they were happy that their children came. And when you go to the hospital, oh, Dr. Bambo Fi, Dr. Michael Fi, Dr. Maroon James, I'm sorry to say this, Kulu, they were there. You go to Atfal, you go to surgery, you go to where, and we were doing surgery like hell. And our brothers, even from Bugrial and other people, were bringing ram to us in the mess. At the weekend like this, no, we don't buy meat. There's ram there. You go slaughter them and then you eat. This is just bonus for the job. So these are some of the good things that. These are some of the good things that I want to say. I want to ask two people on my screen, or the people who spoke, Rita, Paul, and then the last name is Logali. Hey, Logali, are you the descendant of Paul Logali? Paul Logali, one of the old politicians in Equatoria. I think, is it Paul Logali? I'm sure it is Paul Logali. Yeah. Logali, and then those of Zbone Mondiri, those of Angel Oduho, and many of them, these people. These are the people I was talking about, that the Equatorians, the elder people.
Rita, you want to unmute yourself and respond to Uncle, please?
Yeah. Uncle, yes. I'm not his daughter, but they are from the same tribe, but I'm not his daughter. It's just always, even sometimes white people here in England, they thought I'm his daughter. yeah. But my name is almost his name, even Logali Lege, so it's the same.
Okay.
yeah. But my husband, actually, he's related to him. Very close, his uncle.
These are famous and then politicians
very
that
famous,
to be reckoned with.
My uncle is Lawrence Medi.
Lawrence.
Yeah, the one that was he was minister last time during the 10 years of peace.
Okay.
So ambassador, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one, my uncle.
Yeah. So these are the people that during that time, those of his body can just hit any person if you don't understand what he says. He is very courageous. And these were the type of Equatorians that I was talking about. These are very courageous people. And these are people who really, if they were to be alive, South Sudan could have not dragged into such a chaos like that. But we say, thanks God that they did their part and they went. We recognize our uncle, Joseph Lako, who is still alive. He did a good job, did a great job. Those of Uncle Marhum James Tamura, those of even Abel Alier, who said we started with one car. That was what he said, that my government, we started with one car and we are progressing. He was a what? He was a Dinka. But I think during that time, they were very few and very little. But they managed, although there were some difficulties, but people were getting their salaries. And Juba by then was said to be a small London. You can get the DAD, or so Dinga are bad, and you can say BAD will Bari are bad. These are the type of beer there in Juba. People are drinking it, and Makasi.
What are those acronyms again?
DAD and BAD.
So Dinka are bad, and then they say Bari are bad also. so these were the things that people are doing, and they say Juba is a small London. People were harmonious. People, although there were differences, but not to that extent.
There is joy there.
There was no killing. There was no non-gunmen. There was no land grabbing. There was nothing, and people were living in harmony. You rent a place, you stay, the law. But this SPLA, luck, it came with a very bad thing to people. So what can we say? This is a system. So we have to talk, as I say, we were primarily talking about education, and we have to recognize many people in education in South Sudan. I could recall people who, let's say, I told you before, those of Henry, those of what do you call it, Mariana Shore, and then those of Gabriel, those of many ustads, Martino, who called the son of, and many of them, we recognize them. Although they are dead, we can see that they did their part. And especially as general education, I can remember people like Henry Bago, he was educator. And then also late Gaspard Tridi was an educator. He was very, very excellent. And we have, even from Malakal, I remember one guy came to us talking in Arabic. And the Arabic he spoke, you cannot remember that he's a Southerner. And this is from Malakal. And these are in the institution, Malakal is second high school, or Malakal Sanawiya produces how many people? Even from Wow. Many people graduated from there, and people are living there in harmony. Imagine people from Wow going to Malakal and nothing happening. So this is to tell my brother Majak before that people are living in harmony. There was no problem. But now, can this happen? This cannot happen. So why cannot happen? Because of the system. And when we talk of the system, we are pointing our finger to the government. So education generally is a key, and we look forward that we have to do what? We have to revive these schools. Let us say the Maridi Institute, the Loka, the Atar. If there were schools there, we have to revive them such that they come up again, possible. But this one, do you think that it will come? It will not even come if the system is like that. But people are thinking about that we have to go. We cannot take a student to Uganda. We cannot take a student to Kenya. I remember one man took his children to Uganda, and he was with us. He came from Uganda, and he was sitting with us. Then he was drinking some beer and something. And then he said, you know what? I came from Uganda now, and my son said, Baba, I want to come back to South Sudan. And he said, why? He said, education in this place is not good. You will educate us about their things, about their country. And what about our country? How are we going to go to do what they have taught us here in our country? So this is not good. A child, and they are paying what? They are paying $9,000 for each child for the school. If they collect this 9,000 from every person, and then we build a school and bring this Uganda here, or bring some people, and then educate them inside with the boarding house with the security, will it not do? Imagine you are 9,000 and this 9,000 and the other 9,000 and $9,000. Can we not hire teachers from Uganda to come to South Sudan? But no, they want to go to Uganda so that they spend the money there. They are renting their house. They are taking the children to school. All this money are taken from South Sudan, investing there in Uganda. Is it not a drain on our economy? People, there are economists there. If there are economists there, can they not think? Can they not calculate? And then inside the country, all the people who are working are foreigners, doctors, because they kill your doctor. They want a doctor, a foreigner, to be the one working. They kill your nurses. They want, even to the extent of somebody coming to parliament, they want to bring a foreigner. Somebody, a foreigner. Unasi jibu fisias and when you ask, oh my God, and it happened to me when somebody brought me a nurse, a midwife, and said, I want you to hire this midwife to work here. I say, why? Say, you know what? When we were fighting, these people were helping us, so I want to reward her. To reward her with what? With working. So to do what? To come and do as a midwife here. I said, does she speak Arabic? She said, no. How on earth are you going to work with a woman that doesn't know Arabic, doesn't know your language, and you are going to deliver? If she's going to yell, if you're going to cry, what are you going to deal with her? And that was a politician who is telling me this thing, that you have to do that. I said, no, I will not do that on earth, my dear. And these were all the things which were accumulated on me, and they were to report it to the governor, that why have you hired a militia to be in the directorate of health? Who is the militia? This guy is a militia. So news came to me that tomorrow or something, there is shuffle done, you are out from the ministry. You are not any longer a director. I said, thank you. I have my family in America. I'm going back. And that's it. This is how I came back from there. So if you go from here with an idea to do something, you are considered to be something, and then they just stow you down, and then you come back. So is this the system that we are going to work there so they bring people who don't know how to write, so that you can talk to him, and then he goes out to do things. This is the system. So we cannot do that. This is anarchy. We cannot continue with that. So education, we have to insist that we revive all these schools, we revive all these things. We have to train our teachers. We have to bring them on board. We have to see to it that education from the primary becomes as strong as in the higher education. And these universities which are open, we have to see to it. As Mr. Ndrinda said, all these universities will have their own name, and then we correct them. University of Juba, University of Alakal. Now there is University of Awil. There is University of Rumbek. But why should you not say University of Wow? Because these are fertit. These are rebels. Although the university was open before that time, but it was having a different policy. Why you are calling it Rumbek and you are calling it Awil, and you don't want to call Wow University? Not even Western Barikazal. Wow. So these are some of the things that we have to speak out. Justice must prevail. If no justice, this country will not go ahead. And I was hearing a speech of Mr. Dr. Luca Bion, who is a Dinka. And he's saying, we the Dinkas are the worst people hated in this community. He was right. Why is he saying this? He's saying, you people, you have to see to it that this hegemony that you are doing in Juba, if you continue with it, the country will disintegrate. And he repeated this thing. I am saying his word. This is not my word. This is his word. And I reiterate it, that he said this. If he's hearing me, he can hear me now. So the same thing that Mr. Michael Christophers did 2 days ago in Juba. How can on earth that somebody from Juba go to Awil and then start distributing land there? Can that happen? And the reverse is there. Somebody now from Awil is distributing land of the Bari. This is the land of the Bari. Now, if somebody goes to Juba and say, who are the indigenous people of this area? What do you say? I say the Equatorians, and that is justified. But there are people who will say, no, Leben de Abiat, la, Leben de Aswad, because they want to please their masters. That is wrong. Leben de Abiat. So I will say the indigenous people are the Bari of Juba. Juba Nabari. Not to make a Tongping. What is it? Change the name of people? Somebody was saying that the names of the Indians the Indians have their name, although the American people have taken them, they didn't change them. They are here, the Indians are here in the colony with their names. The country, the power has been taken away from them, but they still respect their names. So this is the last thing that people should talk about here, Jama. We should not just say something, keep quiet because of the guns. The guns will cry, we will hear the guns, but the guns one day will quieten. The guns will quieten. The guns will quieten. Where is Saddam? Where is Gaddafi? Where is Hosni Mubarak? Where is everybody? they are gone. So who is that Mr. Man who will stay forever? Who is this Mr. Man that will stay forever? No. I am now at the limit of my age, and I work in South Sudan for a number of years. I've retired here. I'm not working anymore. I am depending on what I did, getting free medical assistance, getting free food, and staying because I am retired. But I will speak to my people. I will never keep my mouth shut. I know that they are there. They are in the mouth of a crocodile. They will not open their mouth. But I am free here. I will speak on their behalf. If there is anything that I've missed, I don't know. But I will just thank the people who spoke, including those of Ngerinda and Kirkuju. And I say it's a good night, and I'm alive. My address is there. Live in Texas. If my telephone is there, if you want, you can call me for good or for bad. I don't have any problem with anybody in South Sudan, but I say we are going to unite as soon as possible if this government goes down. And the government will not go any longer, Jama. It's not going any longer. They have to go for Tainash. Halas. Thank you.
Come in.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bambo. You said it all. And زي ما دكتور جون بيقول ما في زول بموت في قفة. So the truth must be said. However, others will like it or they don't. Those are, if they have a fact checker, they can go and, fact check it. But the conversation will continue. Thank you very much for making this night unique and make it historic. And it's well appreciated. You can take your leave. We look forward to have another healthy conversation with you. God bless you and protect you and give you a good health.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. We have our pastor of ZööMTV, Pastor Emmanuel is here. We hope you are in a good health, brother. You made it home, and لما سيد بيت ما عنده زمن على أساس إنه to come home, and especially when there is that spiritual connotation to it. So we have to make a little bit of space for God to use you and Holy Spirit to use you so that you send the message of truth. Good to see you. I hope you are in a good health. Things are moving in a better direction. You can greet the viewers. This topic, we will revisit it again because we want to, to zoom into it from a different perspective, including even, we will come with some recommendation, but I'll give you the podium if you have a few words to say so that we wrap it up, and we look forward. Your schedule will work better so that you can come early because your perspective is positively received all the time. So the podium is yours, Pastor Emmanuel. Daniel will compliment you when you are about to leave. So come in.
Yes, I want to thank God so much. I greet all our viewers and all and the administrative that they're working hard to really bring all these topics so that we can, debate upon it and we can see a change in our country especially our country, South Sudan. You know, I had a lot to talk, but I want to really, really appreciate my father, our grandfather, a great wisdom of our country, South Sudan. He has touched a lot of things that I'm not going to touch upon them, where I feel if we are to have a father like that, we have a teacher like that, we have a mentor in our country who speaks and touch the areas that affect our administrative areas in our government, and which is the highly state in our country. I really appreciate. May God keep him for us. May God add for him the wisdom. We have a man that does not turn away from his work. He's a man who sees that there is a corrupt system in the government, and then he says, I here cannot continue to work. And do we believe that those are the kinds of leaders that can build our country, South Sudan, to another level? This is my word for appreciation to him and to the entire ZööMTV for bringing him to give us. I have learned a lot from him. Perseverance is something that I have loved from what he says. He says a word that those great leaders, where is Gaddafi? Where is Saddam Hussein, Bin Laden, and many of them that has gone. But also, at the appointed time, they will never leave. What am I trying to say here? When we have a leaders that does not care about the life of human beings, they cannot care about their country. When we have a leaders who are not governed by the Holy Spirit, by the love of God, what do you expect? When we are governed with the people who have taken up a gun and the military things, they don't believe in education. They don't look at education as a key and first and foremost as a parliamentary key to the nation of South Sudan. Do you expect them to support the education? They will not support the education. How much is our teachers, the government teachers, salary in the government? Let me talk in the village where I came from. That time a teacher used to get 800 pounds. Before the war broke out, a head teacher get 1,500 South Sudanese pounds, where it is not even paid every month. But what the government of South Sudan was supposed to look at the fundamental things in our country is supposed to be the education sector. Because the education sector bring for us a doctor, bring for us nurse, bring for us a midwife, bring for us a teacher, bring for us all. With that education, they could not be in that office. That's why I said in everything, when we talk about nation building, we talk about education. With that education, we will never have a nation building. With that education, we have no peace and reconcile us people. With that education, we have no people who go on the ground to the communities and mediate the people. So, one thing that I want to put in my submission is that in the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 17, the Bible says, obey your leaders and submit to them. for they are keepers, watchmen over your soul. But these are the people, our leaders are supposed, we are supposed to obey them, because they are our keepers, they are watchmen. Watch over our life, over the nation. But then, as those who have given account to less of what is going in our country, because of the time, Acts 20, verse 28 says, pay careful attention to yourself and to all the flocks. But the leaders of South Sudan does not pay attention to any single human being in our country. They pay attention to the animals, to the cattle. When the animals, those cattle are killed in the country of South Sudan, then we believe that peace will come. I always say these words. I say, why could these rebel people who are rebelling the government in Juba, why can't they first go and shoot all the cattle so that we can see the peace in our country? Because you can arm the cattle keeper. You cannot arm the civilian to protect themselves. You can arm people who have animals, but you cannot give a security to the people of the nation of South Sudan. Because they do not go with the book of Acts 20, verse 28. They pay careful attention to themselves, but not to the flocks. The Bible says that pay careful attention to yourself and to all the flocks, which the Holy Spirit has made you overseeing them. Take care for the church of God, which he abandoned with his own blood. And then the this to be that oversees everything. This man, the head of state and the government and the minister of education, was supposed to stand in the gap to look at education is a key in our country. We have how many people? The experts who are working in the revenue are not South Sudanese because they don't pay attention to education in our country. They bring people from South Africa, whatever country. We have doctors, we have nurses that are in the country of South Sudan. As even our father has mentioned about a militia has been taken to the parliament. How did they take that militia? Because if they were to support the foundation of education in our country, it could have been the best thing that they have to offer. But because they're not governed by the Spirit, they're not being governed by the leadership that God has given them a wisdom to rule our country, then it says, how many people have fight and have helped South Sudan during the war? If they are to say, we brought this midwife so that they have paid. What about those other countries? If they say, yes, okay, you have offered this as an offer because they have done this. How many people? Meaning you will not have any South Sudanese who work in the country. Until today, because of the lack of education, the system of nationality and passport is shut down because there are no people who are experts because they don't believe in education. Until today, the immigration office is no longer working. They want to produce passport and nationalities because they have no value of education. They brought people from outside. You use them, you don't pay them. They shut the system down. And you try to hire other people from another country. They could not even unlock the system. And then in the end of the day, everything is down. Where are we going? Today, as we come back in the end of the day, when also this topic, we need to revisit this topic again. And there are a lot of things that we will put our input on those things because everything is dying in our country. When the whole country is no longer producing a nationality and passport for our citizens, what country do we have? So I beg to end here and before I walk out, let's pray. Living Father and the King above King, we thank you, Father, for the day you have given to us and the day you have given to our brothers whoever every Saturday in their country back in Africa, where is Sunday, they sit midnight until now, they cannot sleep. Baba, we thank you all for all our viewers, our panels that has made this to come where we are. Without them, Father, the whole entire administration of ZööMTV could not host this program. It's because of them, that's why today this program is coming. Lord, we thank you for our nation. We thank you that we have a people who speak the truth about our nation. Father, we pray that may you provide them with life. Because when you give them life, we'll have a people to tell us and who will be able to tell us about the story and about our nation, South Sudan. Father, in our own, we cannot do anything. We need a wisdom from you. Father, if we have gone astray in this program, forgive us. For those even we have hurted them, that they feel they are not comfortable with the ZööMTV. Father, touch their hearts. And also, the word says the truth is bitter. But Father, guide us through your wisdom, that our staff will be able to run this program and they're able to bring to attention of our nation and the entire world globally that ZööMTV will not only focus in the nation South Sudan, but globally that they will stand because of your grace, because of your great wisdom that you have given to them. Without you, they do nothing. Without you, they will never stand here. Lord, for that reason, forgive our nation. We speak about the grace that one day will come to our nation. We speak peace and forgiveness and reconciliation in our country, because these three things are fundamental in our country. Peace, forgiveness, and reconciliation and the nation building are fundamental things in our country. We thank you, Father, and we bless you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Amen.
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 Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Emmanuel. As always, you come and you bless us. You bless the TV, you bless all of us, you bless the viewers. I would like to say that we are more than blessed, because probably we are the only network that gets blessed every weekend.
Very true.
Yeah. So may God continue to enrich your knowledge, to help us and those who are thirsty for the Word of God. Even though we live in such a time that it's not easy to try to balance between many things together, but may God bless you and continue to bless you all the time. Thank you so much for your little input in our topic today and the prayers. I believe if you have other things, you can take your leave. That's all right. We're about to finish here. And Brother Grikuju, if you have anything to say to Pastor or anything, that will be the time now.
No, of course you said it all. So we are privileged and to get blessed every week. And we used to call ZööMTV as a place, but you made it home. And you change our slogans that ZööMTV is a place to be, to ZööMTV is a home to be, and yes, it is our home. We will continue to strive to address the fact the way it is, and the little knowledge we have, we facilitate for people who are well off and diverse in those subjects to come and share their wisdom and share their knowledge with us. And through this, we continue to learn from each other. May Almighty God continue to bless you, restore your health, so that you have to continue to offer, to give us this boost, and to our team. And thank you for blessing our service and blessing our viewers, because we need it. Pastor Emmanuel, the conversation will continue. Zoom is your home, so you are always more than welcome. We allow you to take your leaves, and keep us in your prayer, keep our nation, keep our country in your prayer as well. It is very important. As people of God, we have to continue to ask those, the selected one, to lead us in prayer, and to ask God face, because of our shortcoming. God turned his back on us, so we ask for his face. When he starts smiling on our nation, then things will start to trickle. Thank you very much, Pastor Emmanuel. Here is our take, because we don't want to come and نتكلموا بس and then by the end of the day, without a recap. Please take this little with you. There is recommendation from our viewers, and also from my humble perspective, I will add this. Been proven على أساس إنه المدرسين بتاعتنا they are capable. عشان إنه بالذات في المراحل الأساسية they can teach literally all the subject. So our recommendation will be, why not to empower those teachers على أساس إنه كل أستاذ يشيل مسؤولية بتاع فصل. And I know also it is history. لما أستاذ معين بيكون مسؤول من الفصل، اسم الفصل they name it after that specific teacher. So this is a class of Mr. Ugali, this is a class of Mr. Majuk, and so forth. So العيال when they graduate as a دفعة بيعرفوا إنه في السنة الأولى we were in class of Mr. So and so. Okay, a teacher been recognized من مع إنه عندنا كان أسامي فصول. Columbus is a criminal. Okay, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Alibaba. Alibaba is another criminal. So why you name al classes Basami bita mujrimin? So let us start recognizing those teachers, because al jana lama inu bimshi min fasil a fasil, he will never forget al asami bita mudarrisin bita. So خلينا نجعل المدرسين بتاعتنا كشكول. أستاذ الواحد يمسك فصل منه هو مسؤول منه. Okay, at the end of the day التحصيل بتاعه الأكاديمي will be major في النهاية بتاع السنة. How the kids understand those subjects. نمرة 2, we have to enhance مرتبات بتاع مدرسين seriously. خليك other public servants كلهم مهمين، لكن المدرسين ده ياو بدرسوا لنا رئيس جمهورية، بيطلعوا لنا قسيس الكويس، بدرسوا لنا الميد وايف and so forth. خلينا نحسن مرتبات بتاع مدرسين and to be recognized and to be rewarded. يعني حتى إنه there should be special privileges for a teacher. لو إذا يركبوا مواصلات مجانا ولا في حاجة زي جمعية تعاونية بيوفر لهم تموين ومش عارف ايه من تموين بتاع مدرسة ذاته. This is where we have to provide
nutrition في المدارس بالذات بالنسبة للمراحل الأولية بيكون مهم جدا جدا. First of all when our kids okay من ما إنه يمشي جاسف وباقي الخرطة في مطاعم ومش عارف إيه مدرسة في أكل then why not to go to school? There is a benefit. You learn, you educate yourself, and also you get food. Okay. أيضا مهم جدا جدا على أساس إنه التعليم ذاته يكون إجباري. أنت ما على كيفك. زي ما إنه تتعليم بيعملوه إجباري، تعليم ذاته يكون إجباري لأنه specifically للناس اللي قاعدين في الكامب بتاع بقر. ما because of lack education ما في تعليم they do not value life. So they لازم إنه يجبروهم في التعليم الأساسي they must go to school. Move those school to those cattle camp. لو إذا في مجموعة بيقعدوا جنب بقر بالنهار then بيكون في classes في المساء في classes في الصباح. وفي أسوأ فرديات اللي فيه to eliminate الكلام ده كله then how about having ranches ما بقر في جوا هوش انت ما محتاج انه to people around to عشان يهرسوا البقر. بالإضافة انه المناهج ذاته بتاع التعليم the whole منهج syllables needed to be rewritten بحيث انه to empower نظام بتاع الأستاذ الواحد يفصل and so forth. And we will continue to add more recommendation. This is how I look at it from my humble, my 1 cent. I will give it to you, Brother Nderinda. You can do your final recap and close it up so that we have to release our viewers. We promise them it is going to be 4 hours, but, شوية. We are working on it. كنا بنعمل 8 ساعات we cut it for us 5 ساعات so we work on it على أساس إنه to narrow it down within the 4 hours. So the podium is yours.
Yep. I believe the points that you've mentioned there, they are the valid points. Because as we are going to have another look at this topic, we will have more. But this one's for the starting point. This is great. These are great points. So I don't think I would have come up with more than that from this topic. Yeah, we will have a look at this topic again from a different perspective, but it will still encompass everything that we have said here, and we will have more of the professionals, the teachers, professional teachers, to come in and give us their own perspective, and perhaps from what they will be saying, we will be able to get some more points as recommendations to add to it, and in the hope that someone will be able to hear it. And yes, you just brought that one up. I was about to pick on it because that's completely a whole topic by itself. Sister Atonga Kot, that's a complete topic by itself. I'm sitting in Australia and all of a sudden I have that passport of South Sudan. I've never been there. It raises a million questions. So, and it's not just the passport. There are people I know who manage to have the passport, the ID, and the driver's license, and you name it. All these little IDs that they have there, and they have never gone to South Sudan.
Unlike my situation, I have physically I'm in WoW and I have to fight.
To get the application. There are people sitting outside here, they've never been since independence, but they have all these documents sent to them.
To fight for my application, just to get an application. Yeah.
So that's a whole topic by itself. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for raising it up. And I was just coming to it Gregory, you brought it up. So I believe with that, if we, as we say always, of course, people talk. And when people are talking, sometimes you get excited, you say something, and somewhere in between there, it translates a word plus the other, and the next one, it translates into you insulting someone or someone feeling that you have insulted them, in particular because you saw their name and they are watching, and that's why maybe and all of this stuff. On ZööMTV, we were, when we established ourselves, we did not establish ourselves to insult Junubin, because that simply means insulting Junubin, meaning insulting ourselves. So there's no point of establishing a network just to insult myself. There's no point for doing that. So, like I said, from anything that we said here, if there is anything that we have said and any one of the viewers thought that, oh, goodness me, these people are talking about me, please just know that it was purely coincidence, because we talk about education, we talk about so many things, and we are not against education. We are trying to improve the education, if anything, from our talk here. For sure, in our talks, we might have mentioned names of loved ones who have passed away. Don't feel offensive because we have mentioned the name of your loved one and you become cranky with ZööMTV. No. We mentioned their names in a good faith. We mentioned their names in such a way that to show how patriotic they were. Of course, my uncle's name was mentioned earlier. Two uncles, by the way, in this show. Uncle Charles Julu, that's my uncle, and Uncle Ferdinand Goy, that was another uncle. Both of them are deceased. I knew the father of our brother Dominic Akwe here was mentioned. The late father Henry Bago was mentioned here. These are the colleagues of Dr. Bambo. So all of these names were mentioned in good faith. So if any other names that were said earlier has come to you as a surprise and you are so defensive as to why it was mentioned, it wasn't mentioned in a bad way. So please forgive us if that caused you any hurt or anything. None of us here mentioned anything to just flare up some bad emotions. I know my brother Majak Mashar earlier on was a little bit off his base. He was tracking, along the margin that ZööMTV gets to kick people out and get to block people. So he was so there, because no one here during this show, since we started until we are finishing now, was going against anything. We need to understand some of the things before we even answer to it. That would be great, because otherwise you'll be wasting our time and we will be wasting your time. If you don't know the subject we're talking about and we just come here and yada, 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 we will be wasting your time. So, but that's just a reflect for things that take place on our show here. Brother Grikoju, because I also have another commitment to run to, so I believe unless you have anything to add, but if not, then this is where we park it here. We'll be meeting with our viewers next week, same channel, same place, the same time. Or if we happen to come in the middle of the week, that would be for an extraordinary live show due to something that might have happened either back home or among us here that will compel us to come out. But other than that, I would say, for myself, I would say good night to all of you. And I believe it's a good night, good morning to you.
It's a good morning.
Yeah, and of course in Juba, it's a good day or whatever this time is for them now. And we will, until then, I'll say goodbye. Ciao.
Ciao.
Junubia mama, ya nana nana. Junubia zenajima, ya najima najima. Junubia jua kamara ya habibi. Junubia jua kamara kebni saniya. Niya kiafa zenajima, najima najima. Niya kabila zenajima wo. Najima najima kumuriya kumore si shajara. Kugol biniya biniya kumuriya binangnim si shajara. Kugol biniya biniya dawla bidana se dawla. دولة إنا دقنا باب لماما كل فتالنا إنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا إنا قلنا أكيفو كل وينكم
bulena junub ya nana ya nana nana baba bubakir fi shajara ajan rabbi yalo mama bubakir fi dunya ajan maisha benaya bubakir fi galiba ajan muhabbaye junub ya mama ya nana nana benaya giyafa zen najma najma diniya jamila zen najma wo najma kumuriya bubore fi shajara bugul biniya junub binang fi dunya bugul biniya junub ya jiwa gamara hiya jannani junub ya jiwa gamara kef khallaniya junub ya baba jannani kama talata banada regedom fizika ana juftu majile madarasa habibiya taba banada regedom fizika de ana juftu majin kenisa kulu jeraniya benaya bisallele raunaya benaya bumajid rabuna shuf benaya musuliya alwai fi dawla yaw najma musuliyaten fi dunya yaw biniya musuliya talata fi dawla de yaw baba mama junubiya mama aliza yaw de shabab juma junubiya sister yaw mughlin mujwar junubiya mama yaw muduwa ubine musuliya wahe dawla yaw najma musuliya nen dunya yaw biniya musuliya talata dawla yaw baba mama